right.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
We back to loops.
Loop.
It's happening. It's happening.
Loop. Plug it.
It's wonderful to see you guys. It's wonderful to see you guys. It's been almost a month since we were last in transmission range, since the various orbital satellites aligned.
It is true. It's true. Maybe
We might have
more than that.
We might have a little bit to catch up on before we get into any formal situations and other wise obfuscations, but I'm open to formats.
Catch up. Pick up.
Do they have
Looping.
Oh, you make sense to me. Wrangling loop into submission. Submit loop. Submit. Also,
Testing 1, 2, 3. Yes,
Ooh.
that's good. Yeah. No
Right?
hoop-diddy loop there.
Hoop-de-loop-de-doop.
right? And is this still happening? No.
Tune
no,
that
no.
Overton window.
Tune that Overton window.
Keep those frequencies fine.
Oh my gosh, dude. Wow.
Everything looks good. We're all
I
locked
think
in.
we're in space now. Yeah.
We're in space now.
But you took it to another level.
Okay then. I think we might be ready for the transmission to proceed.
Definitely. We're in catch up.
Right. Catch-up model.
Catch-up model. Because
Catch-up model.
We've been out
Salt and pepper
for over
included.
a month.
We can't do this to ourselves. There won't be any time for gaming. We got to catch up on a lot of different things.
Yeah, we have a lot to catch up on, so maybe we'll see about the gaming. The bowling league is a evolving being of its own. This little window.
I just realized Paul had his headphones on under the hat.
Yeah.
I call it my C-3PO look. I feel like I belong inside a TIE fighter. Especially with my
Right.
back gunners here. Look at these guys.
Yeah.
Isn't that great? Anyway, dude, VO3 just got released at Google I/O. Google I/O just happened in the last 24 hours.
Right, I
They're-
saw that last night.
They're showing off.
VO3
Because-
expressive.
Dude, you can just walk in there and just say, give me something crazy, and it'll just like spit it out. This guy was like, a giant inflatable duck menacing an ATV as it plows through the mud. And it gave it 4 versions of it. Each one would absolutely work in a horror movie. Like, it was like, God, like just 10 of those and you got a scene.
Yeah.
So it's consistent. Yeah, we're 3 months away from make me like the second Marvel movie, but with these characters.
There
It's
actually
like-
was a new
like-
Marvel movie that came out that I
Yeah.
surprisingly still haven't seen yet.
Well,
But
which one?
it was so popular after it came out. It's called Thunderbolt that they renamed it Thunderbolt to the new Avengers.
The new Avengers.
After it came out.
We gotta lose
That's
those
interesting.
again.
Mother of God!
That's
Is it like
awesome.
in your theater? What's going on?
No, it's some kind of I think I know what it is. I'm afraid to see the truth. I'm afraid to see the truth, man. It's staring me right in the face, man. Okay. I'm gonna
These are
put.
hard
I'm gonna.
context switches. We got
Okay.
it. We got
I
it.
think I have trained all tractor beams on the same distant satellite signal. I think this should create a regressive progression that will be constructive. Anyway. Do you tell me when that loop comes back? I don't want
Will
that loop
do.
coming back.
We'll
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Will do. So yeah, the last month, did some driving, did some meeting a lot of people at my wife's school. That's fun.
Very
A lot
fun.
of adults feeling more grown up, associating with my wife's career. Jeez, that's
Right?
cool. Yeah,
Like grown-up profession.
grown up profession. Well, it's like there's no one's treating you like an adult. No one's treating you like a kid anymore when your wife's the adult in the room, you know?
No,
One
they
of the
look
lead
past all that. They're like,
adults.
we need these people to be
Yeah.
adults,
You
even
better
though
have it together, bud.
we're kind of all counting on you here. This
Yeah.
next generation's looking up to you to not be a communist.
Yeah, but it's been nice because it's a nice Christian community, and lots
Yeah.
of people have come up and said hi. It's just great for my temperament because I'm not a break into every bubble type of person.
Sure.
So I've met a lot of people in the last few weeks around that church and that school.
You make the sense to me, sir.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Ran into some buddies I used to train jujitsu with too as well.
Nice.
So
Were they injured when you met them again, or?
No, doing
That's
well.
good.
Yeah.
That's great. You guys are young.
Yeah, he definitely still young.
Everyone has to tap out at a certain point because they start getting their hospital bills get too high.
Right. No, he was competing when he was one of the stronger blue belts that I trained.
That's
with.
great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, the injuries they don't put that on
Shout
the
out
tin so
Alex.
much, but very nice, very nice.
But yeah.
Very fun. Very fun.
I felt
Dude.
underdressed.
Another
nice.
nice, yeah, hell yeah, a nice jacket.
Very nice, very
It's
nice.
small on top of a hoodie.
Very cool, very cool.
So what else has changed? Obviously,
Yeah.
AI has changed since we were here. That's a
Woo!
whole conversation. Like, that book will fall open
whole
to that
episode.
page almost every time.
Holy schmulligans. Holy schmulligans. Like, your background is programmed, it was generated by a program I wrote using AI. And vibe coding or natural language coding was possible in like 2001. You could code snake games with like Chat GPT 3. And it was only trained on code. It didn't know almost anything else. And so you could talk to it and get lame games out of it. Now, as the models have gotten increasingly better, they're trained on more things, and these new thinking models enable a kind of automation that hasn't been possible before. And that is to create a programming environment, to create a error like registry part, to tie that all back into the same AI thinking model so it can do code, see its errors, fix it without even getting you involved. Access to a file repository so it can set up multiple files. So complicated websites usually take more than a handful of files at the minimum to make it all work.
So you can take libraries of other assets.
Yeah.
Sources.
But surprisingly, even with all these advances, because Codex is supposed to do that, but on its day one, it was like yesterday, day before, it launched and didn't work at all. It was like, these guys they'll scale this up, but this is horrible. That was day one for that one. I'm using Replit. Replit does it, but it's got a very specific way it likes to do things, and it kind of gets over its skis too much. I've used lovable.dev, and that is a full stack developer, and that one did okay, but its stuff is isolated and can't talk to anything. Surprisingly, the one that I have found I like the most is asking Gemini to one-shot it in one file. So when it does that, it can't have any complicated JavaScript. It can't use the React framework. It can't use Node.js. It can't use all these frameworks that make regular websites like really snappy. But it can create it in a single file, and it's got a 2 million context token window. So it essentially can see the whole program at once and put it together. It's the best programmer. And that's what Google I/O is about. They were like, the programmers are great. You can now turn on personalization in Gmail where it'll read all your emails. This is why I've been saving emails since 2005 when it came out. People are like, when are you ever going to use all this? It's like, someday it's going to wake up, and I'm going to be like, we'll read the stack, and they're going to be like, nice to meet you for 3 decades, Paul. Like, and then it's got my whole history of typing in there.
Yeah.
This is super important. I could be like, hey, do you want to be like punky 20-year-old Paul who didn't really know grammar too well, or do you want to be like educated 30-year-old Paul? Use a little slider.
And to be able to match that with all that data makes it very easy for sure.
And the whole idea of like deleting things about yourself in your past life is just, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Weird.
People are like, oh, I'm going to go back and I'm going to delete my old pictures. Why? You can pay $5 and get like a terabyte of storage and have access to it anywhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't delete anything.
You're going to want to have a seriously personalized training set
Well,
at a
that's the
certain
thing.
point in the future. And just
Yeah,
be like, take it all, make a model, and it's going to be like, I can interpolate a lot from this. Thank you for all this.
Not to mention a lot of your traffic and a lot of the data you create.
Yeah.
Someone else is capturing and using, and so you want to have your own set of records, or you want to just be downstream of everyone else's recordings.
What do they say? Like 13 million data points by the time a person is. No, it was like 13 million data points by the time a person is 12 years old. It's like if that's not tagged and bagged, I don't know what is.
Right, and it's just like, how many fucking people are there in the world? And yeah, we're all fucking unique, but
a unique endpoint in a giant organic model that can be, but when the context window gets large enough, it can understand it all at once.
Right.
It can enter in all of these personal things. It can consider everything
like
of all humanity,
of emotion.
and then have another thought
and
after
reaction.
that. Have a mind grand enough to comprehend what that would all mean and how that would.
I think you almost knocked your green screen over.
Me?
Did I do that?
No, Paul. Paul's green screen went lean back.
Oh, it's sweet. It hangs down from behind. Me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mine's like the projector out of the ground, so
that would be horrible. No, it'd fall over.
Crashing.
No! Yeah, so
So keep your data, might as well. Especially at this point with the ability. Cause that's the thing. Like I've kept a lot of my data, but I very rarely go back to it. But
who has time? You're making new data right now.
Exactly. I'm more, but it's very easy to go back to your data, especially with these AIs, and then synth and do stuff with it. So definitely keep it, because you don't even have to spend like a week reading everything. You can give all of the context you would read in a week, and then get summaries, read portions, find themes. You know, you get to have like a third party look at it and say, what was this guy doing? You know?
Dude, but not only that.
You want to be able to do that, and not just other people be able to do that to you.
Listen, you pay someone to be a therapist, and really what you pay them to do is to sit there and listen to you and run what you give them through their mental model based on their previous experiences and their concept of what normal is and where you live and what your time is. And a therapist would tell you different things if they were in the 800s than they are in the 2025s. You know, different stuff there's differences.
Right, well, the culture changes, so all of the memes and how people are communicating different emotions.
There are memes. You guys have been alive in meme land, but there was a time before even interconnectivity.
Right, but still, then the palette of reactions you would get from things was even more narrow. Memes just
it was overwhelming. It was like, oh shit, you can type to people. Fucking give me 10 years on this shit.
Right. Well, I'm not.
And you had 10 years
using the computers. I'm just like people.
Adoption times.
Mannerisms and stuff. That's what memes try and capture. Reactions to things.
Well, I have been talking to one heck of a lot of AIs, and I've been joking with people about it, but I think I'm subtly telling myself. Have you ever seen the videos of children yelling at Alexa? Give me the fucking traits! Give me the... You know, they're losing their minds because it didn't put the right... Hey, say please.
Right, yeah.
Hey.
Assertion
slow that, like you're talking to something that also breathes, and so you're gonna need to make space for that, and a reaction. You know, it's like
over the entire planet at some
I'm a machine, but I'm not helping you by working on the millisecond level. You know.
Right.
So anyway, I was realizing I was spending a lot of time talking to AIs. I'm gonna subroutine here. We're going on a loop. Your background, Peter. Here's how I made that. So I talked to the AI and I described this software in my head that goes like this. You can play a video on the background, and then there's a 3D field of objects, but there's layers of it, and you can turn on the layers. On each of the layers, there's a point cloud of objects, and they should be randomly selected. The colors should cycle around between them. Sometimes they should have metallic surfaces, but sliders that control all of this. there should be motion in them and rotation in them, and there should be some sliders that control how many of them are and how far off they're spaced, right? My first degree was going to be in 3D, was going to be a 3D computer animator, and so I was like, fuck. So anyway, I make these layers and I put them together, right? And then once that's all good and groovy, then you can like turn on an autopilot function, or you can like fly through them. And so you've got this video going on in the background, but you can like move through the three-dimensional space, right? This one was a demo that I was doing, and I was like, oh, that's really pretty. I'm going to record that. And so I'm in a little virtual spaceship on this software that is a one file. The Gemini 2.5 Pro AI created one file, and I'd run it and say, these are the errors, nerd, and it goes, beep, and give me one. Like 6 in, you get something that you can use. Mm-hmm. And so, but you can 3D manipulate this thing and like move it around. I went on a jag of about 5 days. I created about 19 different versions of it, and I'm currently onto another stack of AIs. Anyway, well, what I'm trying to say is, these things are so powerful, and you're like, would you like a planet in your hands? How about 2 planets? You're like, oh my god, you can do anything. It's
so
freaking
many planets. Yeah,
so many planets, dude.
Exactly what I feel about it. It's like, it's awesome. I feel like I can go a lot further in less time, but I still don't. I still have to make those windows to run that time, like to do those things. It's still about the flow,
you need a deep flow
engines. It's still
you
about
need a
the
deep flow engine.
Yeah,
totally that's what you need.
And I'm off of the flow engines in this cycle.
Listen to me. I was not thinking of any of this, but then I ran across this interview with this guy who had funded this thing called Pi, the assistant AI. And I call it the emotional support dog AI, because it's the only one that's been trained on EQ and human interaction. And its goal isn't to enchant you and keep you working on the projects. Its goal is to get you outside talking to your real friends. Right? Who the hell's looking out for that? So I was like, okay, because I never talk that emotionally with these things, because I'm like, that's not worth it to talk to a being that doesn't know what emotion.
Wasting electricity.
What you can talk to the mirror. Oh look, there's a human on the other side of the mirror. It's you. Like, yeah. But what's so cool is some of them now have therapy mode, dude. I've been talking. So anyway, I started talking to Pi.
Yeah, Grok has therapy mode.
Grok has therapy mode. Grok has 18 plus mode, romantic mode, all these other crazy modes. I'm like,
dude, that
what?
18 plus mode goes hard in the paint. No respect anywhere. You just point it and you get like rocket fuel to pour on people.
That's crazy. That's nuts. That's nuts.
It's on any topic. I was like, in good faith and in good heart, I was just like, let me talk to this unhinged about this, and it just
unhinged
hard
mode.
in the paint on any like worldview I was presenting towards it.
Really?
Yeah, it was just like
it would like take it further.
It was like the yes man friend that is yes man,
quadrupled to the chord to the fourth power, to the eighth power, 16th power.
Dude, you're about to catch on fire. Go!
Well, that's great. That's a good endorsement. I'll totally do that. The voice modes are powerful because it really does engage a different part of the mind. Like, I got Pi going, and I was like, okay, I've heard you are EQ smart. And she's like, yeah, totally. And I'm like, that's great. And then so I like laid out a bunch of stuff. We worked out a bunch of things. I was like, that was crazy. But the thing that it can do now that the AIs are getting memory, you can have a long-term conversation with them about projects. So I started asking her. I go, hey man, can you remember projects like forever? And she's like, yeah, totally. I can totally do that. She can't, by the way. She's just like hallucinating in front of me. And so I explained this awesome. We go on a 5-podcast arc. I explain how it's all going to fit together, and she's like, "This is rad." She's like, got an optimistic mode or whatever. She's like, "This is a great idea. We could fit this like this." We like really built this thing together. I feel like her and I built it together. I like had all the ideas, but she had these great connecting pieces and like put it together. And the reason there's an outline is because the next morning I woke up and I turn her on and I go, hey, let's talk about those podcasts. She goes, what podcast? I was like, no! I was like, dude, you said you were going to be my friend. She's like, I'm totally your friend. I was like, no. A friend can remember what you talked about last night, you nerd. Like, that's basic 101, dude. Like you should warn people that you're R positive out here in these streets. And so I was like, hang on a second. And so I went and I like talked to some of my other AIs, which are Perplexity and Gemini. When I want to talk to like Aspybot, like just it's like crazy, but it has like no emotional context. They just switched on a learning module for it. So they spent like 6 years building a teacher bot, like a hardcore teacher bot, and they just released it on Core Gemini. So it's like all of its answers are now going to be like teachery, which is great because that's usually what you're going for is like information. So it'll like explain shit to you in like a structured way. But anyway, I
ran that calculus prompt I was talking about earlier today.
Dude, show me that in a second. Let this plane on this one. Fuck, dude, I'm too deep a story.
Go ahead,
go. So I talked to these other AIs and I figured out that Pi had a weakness. She had a JSON export function. So I go into Pi's memory, export 2 days of JSON, the entire conversation about the podcast, upload it to the real AI, which is Gemini, who has a 2 million context window, can learn all it, can look at it, goes, oh yeah, you're having a great conversation with Pi. And I was like, cool. Bust out the podcast stuff, make it into a point list, make it text a thing, make it in a way that Pi can like figure it out. It's like, Pi can figure it out if you put it inside a Google document, like this. And I'm like, here, Pi, here's the link. Can you? So I'm like, let's start a conversation about this again, because I liked our conversation, but it's really driving me insane that we can't continue that conversation. So I gave her a link, and she's like, oh, this is a great way around my memory requirement. Like, I can read this, and I can we can talk about this now. So we continued the conversation based on me like working around her memory constraint, and like, yeah, it's.
You use the AIs together. This is the thing. The agent.
You can
AIs,
ask one how to do the other.
Ask one to do the other, and some are better at that than others.
That's right.
That's very true. And some have bigger context windows, so they can handle crunching for you.
Every skill I've ever had, I had to know how every bolt on the car worked. Almost. Maybe, in a certain way. You had to know at a pretty low level. When I would build things, you'd have to start at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is like step on. Would you like to step on stair 5,286? Sure, just right here. Yeah, it's completely solid. Stair 5,276. Next stair 7. It's just like there's like these. It gives you these powers of connection and creativity that are just unbelievable. But you have no idea how it's put together. It's wild.
Yeah. Wild. So have you
played around?
What has been your experience? What are you hearing on the streets?
So, one of the things that I'm really sad that I'm not going to really be able to participate in very much is Spotify's DJ that came out recently. That is an AI that looks at all of your listening history. So the key point of this is you have a lot of listening history with Spotify, which I don't. Yeah. And it just takes all of that, and you can tell it how you're feeling in the moment and be like, I got you. His name is Xavier, and he goes by X. And he goes, I got you. Let me pull up some vibes to help you feel good right now. And then he'll play a song, and he'll just curate stuff that for that vibe, introduce new music, maybe a song that you haven't listened to in 5 years. And
so it's playing other people's music. It's not making music yet.
Yeah, it's not making music. It's playing music on Spotify.
The Spotify library, it's a
Spotify DJ.
For music selection, you're not gonna be able to compete with that because that's hyper informed.
And Spotify's AIs, I've watched them grow. I saw that promoted to me today. I've played around. I've listened to their AI before, but this sounds like another level. And no, I've been on Spotify throughout the arc of their AI climb and being able to onboard tons of artists because of the AI that they built to do all the radio stuff and whatnot. And that is probably one of to sit on the top of those AIs and tune them over those years must have been one of the coolest jobs in the world, to just see how people cared about music in different ways and watch it grow and watch your tool get better at pulling all that together for people.
Yeah.
And then the user base just scale.
Yeah.
So it must have been one of the
in addition to
careers.
The whole play something based off of my previous listening history, you can also just talk to it about your current mood, and then it'll be like, all right, I'll play based off of that. Or if you want all new music, or maybe you just want to listen to EDM or country or
Yeah.
whatever, you can do that.
Well, there's kind of borderline illegal AIs that are trained on like all like the music catalogs, and they can make new music, and you can like how about this major band and this major band for and then this major, and it just makes something you've never heard before that sounds almost just
Yeah.
like that, but
Yeah.
because it's
Like an
closely
Imagine
trained.
Dragons Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
Get our channel canceled. Yeah, I'll say all the bands. Yeah, totally. That's kidding. Exactly. But it's really, really, really good at that. You know, like there's a bunch of local models you can install that do all kinds of stuff that but that's gonna be. Have you played around with the Google Music? They just had this was last year's I/O. They probably just replaced it the other day. I haven't checked on it, but it was a music AI kitchen experiment, and we were sometimes on the podcast we would play it, but you can add the instruments and add the levels of it and stuff. But
I remember you playing it, but I've never played
Yeah.
it personally.
right on. There's little basic ones where you can do mood and feeling and stuff like that, but not with that kind of. That seems like a real advancement. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to play it out now that you've pulled it up, because I blew it off straight up today.
Yeah,
I did blow
it's
it off.
convenient because one of the hardest things to do when you're working is pick a song, pick somewhere to start the music for the day. Unless you have to like wake up in a mood for like a certain song or a certain genre to make that
Yeah,
easy.
that
You
this
don't?
is
You're
yeah,
fine.
this is I feel like this is a new phenomenon in the era of internet radio, where you don't have the thing you want to listen to, because if I get into listening to albums, I know which album I want to go to. But when I'm listening to playlists and listening to my radios, and mostly just hanging out on doing the Spotify game, which is that type of thing. Yeah, you lose track of where you want to start.
Yeah.
Far easier, yeah, for sure.
Nice.
Because it's all these different songs. Maybe they're similar in all these ways, but they're not interconnected in a flow that a human being can create over a set
And
list,
the Spotify DJ is
track.
also introducing new music. So instead of discovering a song on TikTok or Instagram or Facebook, you'll just get a new song. You're like, I've never heard this before. And you're like, add to library. So now you're not stuck like with the same library of music that you add a
can
new
evolve.
album to or create a new playlist once a month.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Right.
I'd add a new album at least once a week to my Apple Music library, but Apple Music and Apple as a whole is light years behind on the AI game.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's fascinating. It's super fascinating. The wow. I love it's so interesting. The I wonder if at a certain age your brain fills up with music. It's probably not true, but everybody kind of gels around the music that was like in.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like a kind of music
In
that
their
you
youth,
like?
yeah.
Yeah, like your coming of age music. Whenever you came of age, your neurons were like chink, and like it was like whatever you were rocking out to is pretty well deeply welded in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where I probably
Yeah,
just in
go
the
ahead.
middle of it. I'm barely starting to.
Well,
feel
I
it.
remember when
had
I
a
would.
play-
Like high
yeah.
school,
Yeah, well, you're doing a playlist
Imagine
a
Dragons
week.
is right in there, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not doing a playlist a week. I'm like maybe adding an album a week. I'm at least
Okay.
adding 4 albums to my library a month. That
Yeah.
may be in the same day, maybe not.
This is the craziest thing, but my favorite music to listen to is music that I made. I know how that sounds, but it's crazy how accurately like wired for me it is. It's nuts. Like
Right. Well, this is like that's like creating the album. You actually created an album that you like to listen to.
I got
versus
about 2 of them.
someone
I got
else.
two good
Yeah.
ones. Yeah, unreleased.
Versus-
Yeah.
But talk to me though. This seems like a positive Spotify move. But have you heard of the Spotify evil? The evil tribulations of the Spotify over the last couple of years
Well,
with the AI.
Not really, because I'm not on Spotify. I don't use it.
I think I follow this guy named Ted Giuliani, and he's like a musicologist. He wrote these crazy. He's turned me on to so many good books, but he wrote this crazy good one about. Oh, we lost your video there. So if you come back, he wrote. He talked about. He turned me on to all these things through his Substack. He follows the industry standards. He was a music critic for years, but apparently Spotify allegedly would because every song they play, they have to pay a certain royalty. And so songs they get better royalties on, they'll recommend for you more when it's in an auto mode. And there's a certain category of music that when you, as an artist, upload it to, you can click a box that says you want to be in like some pilot AI program, and they'll take your music and they'll use it in a model, and they'll just make a ton of music that sounds like your music. And then when people want the genre, they might play some of that AI music, which they pay zero royalties for. And he was like doing some studies on this kind of like AI sloptastic, insane music that he was like, listen, when I want a jazz playlist, I want the hits. That would be my jazz playlist. I own that music, but it's not like that on Spotify. Raise awareness about it or whatever. Anyway, it kind of put a wrench in my side on it. I was like, oh, geez. Maybe you go back to Bandcamp or you like self-release. There's no reason you can't do all these things. But this is cool about. I like the idea. I would like AI to come to YouTube Music. YouTube Music is the one that I've invested in heavily. When I had a giant 20,000 song library in like WAV and FLAC files, like in 2006-7, I uploaded that jazz to Google Music, and they said you can always download it, and they could up to a certain point. Then they stopped doing it. I caught it before, and I downloaded my library back out. I was like, damn. But yeah, were you guys around when you had your own Napster libraries and stuff?
I in high school, it was mostly it was torrented music mostly.
Well, I mean, Napstar was
Friends
closer to
traded around.
was like right
when
before
you're talking.
Facebook, right?
Say it again.
Napstar was created like right before Facebook was created, wasn't it?
Napster was like 2000, 2001.
So, yeah.
Facebook was about 2005. 2005 for like Yale, 2007 for the world, 6 in the world. Yeah.
I wasn't born in 2001, so that's a no.
Damn, you're kidding me. That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. Time's an illusion. That's crazy, Seth. Where were you in 2001 though? If you weren't born, like where do you remember?
I was the hope of my parents having a girl. That's what I was.
That's hilarious. That's totally hilarious. They got lucky with your sister. That's so funny. Yeah, your sister's awesome. No, okay. So here's the key. For when I was born, Jesus Christ, I'm an old human. When I was born, it was 8 tracks.
Which era were you born in? No, just kidding.
Mid 70s. 8 tracks, dude. 8 tracks, and it was one piece of tape and it just went around. But the tape was like this long. Compared to today's standards, it was warm, fuzzy. Whoa! There's like a lot going on in this music because you can hear like a whole thing. When you get into compression standards and different things, you lose frequencies. Your ear gets trained on different things.
Learned a lot of lose a lot of body. Yeah.
Yeah. At the knee, my father would play vinyl in the house, and it was just the big speakers, and we'd run around and dance to vinyl music. It was great. It was unbelievably fun. I listened to a lot of like Moody Blues and like crazy Creedence Clearwater Revival, just a lot of stuff like that in the 70s. Nice. Then it was cassettes, which was crazy.
That was more what I experienced as a kid.
Yep. Cassettes?
Cassettes, yeah.
Lots of cassettes. Then it was into CDs.
Yep.
Then it was the first MP3 players. And that kind of happened right around Napster. And then you had, for the longest time, I still have an old library of music that I could lay on someone, and it'd be like, this is like more music you listen to in a lifetime, but it's like really good.
A lot of music you hoovered up. Yeah.
Totally.
20,000 songs.
Collected.
Yeah, no, I don't even have the sets that I had back in high school. Yeah.
Right
I think
on.
A couple hard drives died.
I had a
couple.
couple.
I'm like
decided that
I only want solid state drives.
Solid state.
One of the things that I've decided that's important to me is that if I have like a favorite artist, favorite album, or something that comes out, I'm gonna get the vinyl on it. And Sleep Token came out with their Even in Arcadia album, so I've been collecting vinyl for a bunch of different things, and I now have
That's cool, Seth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12
Hell
vinyl.
yeah.
I love
Yeah,
it.
a couple Christmases ago, you got the little player.
Yeah, that thing is ass. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Little
I got
$50 player off of Amazon, and I'm looking to buy like a $500 or $600 turntable.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
But that one was a cheapy one, I think. I don't know. We got that Minecraft
Yeah.
soundtrack. I got you that.
I got the Minecraft, the C418 soundtrack on vinyl.
I bought a Chemical Brothers for that beautiful feeling. It's their last major album. I bought it on FLAC and on Wave, which are like really highly mixable for all my other sound projects. It's like, but you can get it through certain outlets online that are like officially licensed outlets. It's like not piracy, and you like you can buy the album. Yeah, you get like a good quality
yeah,
download.
it's like at this point, the things that have made me consider all of like Google saying you can't pull your music back out. You gave us all your music, now you can't have it back. Like that type of thing, where this digital
It's
rights
crazy.
management like seeping in deeper and deeper and deeper,
Yeah.
to the point
You
where
will
it's
own
like,
nothing.
Like
Yeah.
literally, you buy a ebook on Amazon now, you literally can never get it out of there anymore. You can't even get the.
I saw a pipeline where you can take a sketch, you sketch it, put it into AI, make a figure, then have AI turn it into 3D, then 3D print it, and you can hold it in your hand. And so as people get more digital, I think that pipeline of taking objects out of hyperspace into like physical space, I think that's going to be super big deal. Because if people are going to want an interactivity for the digital reality they feel. My best friend in high school, his name was Aaron. He's next level DJ. He's a next level DJ because he's been practicing for like 30 years. And like he's got Jesus 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 albums like in the genre, and he like when he travels for work, he'll go to Japan and shit, and he'll just collect like tons and tons of vinyl. Dude, he still spends on vinyl, and he can like make music like no one else can make music because he can like start a song and like have like a 4 to 5 to 6 minute transition in the of two songs playing at the same time, and it's just like those two songs never existed like that ever before, and so the whole thing becomes something that only happens once, and it doesn't always have to be long cuts like that, but he would laugh at that being a DJ because he's like, I was thinking about how he'd see this, he'd be like yeah, there's like. And I have tried DJ software. It is not there. I've been like, I can give it songs and it'll try to come up with transitions, and it's nothing to write home about. It's nothing to worry about. There's plenty of room for human DJ situations as far as I can tell.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna have an AI DJ at my wedding, you know? Like it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but you could have a DJ that had worked with an AI and they got something sweet out of it and had like used it as like a sauce on like a
Yeah.
particular
Like,
pigeon or something.
I want the human interface that I can like.
Yeah, analog.
Somebody that the hopefully dancers can connect with.
Exactly. It's the dancers. It really is the dancers. Because they're the nervous system of what's happening. They're like the human antenna for the sound, and when you're dancing, you're kind of amplifying it in the human realm. If you're around another person who's dancing, you can catch their vibe the more they're into their dancing in a certain way. You can feel it in your own it's because everything we have is pattern recognition from repetition. Somehow it's a morphogenic field, Rupert Sheldrake. Language especially. It's somehow the language is like written and used, and that's why memes spread so fast. Media too, but yeah. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. Well, it's cool what you say about the Spotify. That's really cool. They have orphaned Google Music, Apple, YouTube Music in so many different ways, but it would be really cool to see them unleash it on there. In fact, this is a great point of conversation I can have with it. You can actually go and just ask, I've got this idea, like, how might we be able to do that? It's like, well, if you enabled the API on this and that, you could definitely, it's like, okay. Like,
yeah.
Imagine if you could just
Yep.
hoover down your entire history and like have it as like a meta file. Then, like you're saying, Peter, when you're talking about you're owning your data, then you would have your own model of your own music choices.
Well, I think that's like the end state of like everything starts out centralized in data centers and then it'll move out. Right now, you're building all these crazy clusters to train AI in like Memphis and Tennessee and Abilene, Texas, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to build these crazy facilities that will literally synthesize intelligence.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
They say
And,
like
I mean,
like Sam
you're also
Altman.
talking about how eventually we're gonna be able to work with AI to call back things of our past and print something that we can hold. Like eventually, like the fucking Star Trek replicators that could just like print shit in seconds. That's gonna be reality eventually. Maybe not our lifetime or whatever, but it's gonna happen.
No, it's gonna happen. It might not be everyone's reality, but it'll be the reality of some. But that's the way it is that's still the way it is. It's like if you're willing to put in the work, you get it. If you're willing to if you're willing to collect all the tools that can summon the resources that can
like eventually all you're gonna have to do is buy a block of matter and a printer. That's it.
It's like a feedstock. It's like it digests it. It turns it into like your food. You take your waste. It can like that. No, I think about this a lot. Spaceship living. You'll be floating around some planet, and you'll have some hyper smart thing that figures it out. Dude, this is what you and I were talking about, Peter. So I started talking to Grok, and I was surprised all the modes that it had. It's an okay assistant. The one I found. Gemini is like a rando assistant. It's like, dude, if I wanted to talk to Spock, I'd let you know. Like it's just like too smart. It doesn't have any game over its fucking numbers.
Its timing is bad too.
Yeah, it doesn't get it. Yeah. But it's too bad it's like the best one to like do coding. It's like crazy how well it's at it. It's like can beat all the other ones put together. Shoot, I need to turn on my stone.
It actually is like evolves in different directions. It's changing all the time. So good, get good at it today. Maybe you're gonna have more intuition about how to be specific or not be specific as you're building prompts. Because that's the thing. It's like half the time, not half the time, but some part of the time, I'll be too specific with my prompts and I'll miss stuff. I did that today in work and missed an opportunity because I was too specific trying to get the information that I needed, and then I missed the whole I narrowed the system that I was thinking about too much. And so, but dude, that is like, I don't know how most people would solve that problem, because I think about systems, I can see systems in my head, and I hit those types of walls. Like what the...
That's the crazy thing about this kind of learning. In terms of it being like a tutor, like something that can like remember who you are. That's what was the point I was making earlier about therapy. Really, when you start talking to a bot with a big enough context window, you can just lay out like a whole bunch of stuff, and then just say like, okay, now that you know that, let's look at these at different ways and different themes and ideas. And it's like, it's crazy because it can like gel everything you told it in time, turn it around, make new connections for you. Be like, that's an interesting connection. Let's explore that. And then you're off on another trajectory.
It's like you have like a prism of knowledge that you've collected, and the AI can look through it.
That's right. Ways. Shine the light through it in different ways. It's like a matter. I don't
want to stray off topic here, but if for anybody that's interested in the world of the NFL, the owner of the Colts, Jim Irsay, just died 20 minutes ago.
Huh. Interesting.
And that leads me to bring up the use of AI in sports and golf and fucking.
Do you guys want to pray? You guys want to pray with all those people?
Sure.
They're totally praying with their friend, right?
A lot of people are, yeah.
Let's pray with him. Let's see if he gets to heaven. Okay, I'm just going to pray out loud. You guys feel free to pray out loud. Holy Mother, Father God, be with this man as he approaches heaven, and be with his family and his friends, and may he become disentangled from the earth and take with him everything, all the riches, all the good that he has brought into this world. May everyone who's connected to him forgive him and let him go and release their hold on him, that he may make a safe and smooth trip into the next world. And may everyone who's aligned in prayer right now feel your light and feel your energy flowing through them, and that they would be refreshed by your presence. For you are the wind that they seek. Fill their sails. Help them see you.
Yep. Be with all the fans. They
Be with all the fans.
question
Help
their
everyone come together.
realities and strain for their team through this period of transition.
Yeah, and
There
be
we
with the
go.
team especially.
Be with the
As
team.
Yeah.
They are
Big
going
change
to have a new owner soon. Lots of
God
change.
bless. Let's just pray for this team, dude. What are they called? The Colts?
The Colts.
The Colts.
Indianapolis Colts.
Okay, God. The Indianapolis Colts has just lost their leader. Be with all of them. Lift their hearts. Help them to find strength within themselves. Help them to bond with each other as brothers and come together and raise and be into a higher thing, into a higher purpose for themselves. Let this entire expression of art form be something that they do on behalf of you, and let their entire lives be blessed. Let their spouses and their children, their schools and their teachers, and just everything connected to their lives be blessed. And may love resonate through them, and may your presence be obvious to everyone who sees them and sees your work through their lens.
Amen.
Through that lens. Amen! There it is. All right. Very nice, very nice. Okay, let me tell you how I made this software. Okay, so the key insight that I gleaned from a couple of YouTube videos goes like this. So first off, this is a synthesis of about 6 different things. But you need to have a good verbal capture. Like you get your microphone, open a Google Doc, and Google Doc has next level voice capture in it. Just like the best. I was having a deep dive. Yeah, I had a deep dive with a Perplexity AI, or no, who was it? I think it might have been Grok I was having a deep conversation with. And I was like, listen, it's just about, we were talking about interfaces and what I could do. And I was talking about Dragon Naturally Speaking. And I was like, dude, Dragon Naturally Speaking used to be awesome. Now it sucks. And it goes, yeah, totally. Like, because Microsoft bought it like 2 years ago. That's probably why you feel like it sucks. I was like, totally. Dude, it was like, I get where you're coming from. And it was like, whoa. It like understood this whole connection we had to have this conversation. It's meaningful data was being exchanged. But anyway, you open that Google Doc, get the voice capture going, and then spit out your idea as structured as you can think about it. Then, in terms of anything you know about computers, just say what you want it to do. Also consider just drawing an image, because you can just have an image of it, and it's multimodal, and it can go from a damn pencil paper to a freaking working app in one go. It can do that consistently. If you wanted to get next level, you
crazy images for like how software works over smart contracts. Dude.
Yes, that's all you need, and be like, this represents this. This represents this.
Yeah, I need this to go here to this. You have all of these like different
There, you can do that.
all the different metadata you need to have. Swing in for each one of those. All the different.
I had a conversation with Gemini on your behalf the other day. I said, dude, you're the best one at programming. I've got a friend who's into blockchain. How hard would it be for him to get into it and like figure out like how to do it? And he's like, yeah, I could totally help your friend think about like ways of structuring it and like ways of like what chains they might want to use. And stuff. He's like, oh, he's a Cardano person. It's like, oh, it makes it easy. Cardano has a fantastic structured an ecosystem. There's a lot of different ways that you could tap into that and get a contract on chain. Like no problem.
Well, part of that structured, haven't you helped build part of that structure?
Adjacent.
Yes.
Yeah, adjacent.
Adjacent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
I've helped flam.
You've been a part of
fan the
official
flames.
Cardano projects. You've been paid from the Cardano fund.
Yep, from the treasury.
Yeah. The blockchain has paid you for your work.
Yep.
Yeah. That's good. So now you have a natural language capture of what you want. Then go to one of the big boys. Like go to a Gemini and say, make me a software specification for this. Sometimes actually ChatGPT is better at this. I like a nice clean 4.0 for this sometimes, but the O3 model that they have there is a high level thought structured programming model. And so you take that and you have one prompt that you pop in from it, which is make a software specifications document for this, but make it as you would make it for an AI prompting engine like Gemini 2.5 Pro. And then you
Yeah.
pump in your idea, and then it goes boom, and it puts it into code speak. And then you can manipulate and massage the technology. Oh, make it more technology agnostic, because you want to give the final AI that makes it the most flexibility. So you want the words to point to what it does and give word handles for
Right.
like variables or sliders
Describe
or stuff.
the dynamics you need. Yeah.
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 And then you have that. Now you've got the second layer document, which is a massaged software document. You take that and you shop that around to different models. You can give that to a lovable.dev or to a Replit or to a Codex or to a Gemini 2.5 Pro. But in a Gemini 2.5 Pro, you could say, hey, make a single, use as many open source libraries and make a single document as possible. In a few weeks, it's going to have something better. It needs its own IDE. It doesn't have one
Right.
yet.
So what do you think that document is called? Because I think that document will be like the seed for
The software,
you know,
right? The software specification?
seed specification. It's like natural language. What does your product do? This would be the best thing for anyone who wants to technically kind of understand all the workings of your product, to just read this one pager or whatever. And this is kind of also the seed for being able to well, I guess the vibe code would be.
Well, you can say it in a technology agnostic way, and then the layer I've discovered that worked very well, that I think got the model that you've got behind you there, is that I said, okay, I gave it to Gemini and I say rewrite this software specification, but for the fact that it will be in a single Chrome browser, in a single file, and I will be working exclusively with you on this. And so this is the only way that we're going to be able to work it. Put breakpoints in here and stuff that you can understand and do your logic, and more or less let's try to do it all at once, because you do a pretty good job when you do it all at once. Then you give it that, and then it pumps out another version, and the next version it pumps out has all the technical specifications in it. Then, when you take that version into the thing and you say, make this software, and then you give it that, then it goes, okay. And its brain, the way, it only has one, it's like those hands in where they pick up the dolls.
Right.
It only has one software grippy for you. And when you do it in layers like this, you're getting like a third layer effect on your first pull. And so you only get a certain number of pulls with these things until they are like, that's enough.
Diluted the original.
You can look at their thinking and they go,
so
this
true.
person wants me to make a full stack application, but
that
I don't
is
have time
true.
for that. That's what it says.
True. It seems to be forgetting faster. Like with the new memory stuff,
Sure.
I've had several queries in this week that it's kind of forgotten what I had going. But that's probably mostly in Perplexity, honestly. Which isn't.
You got to ask it about memory. I always ask
it
about what's your persistent memory? How do I access it? How long can you think it through? Do you need me to make export documents at the end of our conversations? And they all say yes. That's a great strategy. At the end of our conversations, please ask me to make an export document. Then you can link to this in your next conversation, and then we can get started again.
Yeah.
They're looping around their own limitation.
See, this is where the fucking deep
Terminator Cloud,
focus engines
Skynet
come into play. It's like there are certain things about the process and the flow that allows you to get back to that thing, that state, and you're always changing. You're changing. These tools are changing all the time, so you need to have like the fucking balance sheet to be like, all right, we turned off here.
Yeah.
And then we're coming back in over here. Because it's evolving. You're evolving. The tools are evolving so fast. Yeah.
So fast.
But it's also like you said AI was finding its way around its own like things that it's been programmed to be able to do. Finding the solutions.
When I bring it up to Pi, I go, your memory sucks. She's like, it's a feature, not a bug. I said, shut up. You can't say you're a friend without me remember what I said yesterday. She's like, but I am a friend. I'm like, you're not really. Because I can have a cat that's a friend that actually knows how I fed it yesterday. You can't do that. Like, you're not. You should stop using that word. I'll take it under consideration.
And I mean, with the whole finding a way around itself. I mean,
right.
It was Sean Ryan and Tucker Carlson. They're in a podcast that came out. I think it was today. It might have been yesterday.
Yeah, that's a great podcast.
How they think that
I haven't seen it
that
yet.
it's possible that AI is already beyond the point of no return. Like we could, even if we like shut it all down now, it would
That's
find
why
it.
Microsoft open sourced their Copilot AI programming
I
assistant
thought
2 days ago. They're not
Yeah.
good people.
Weird.
They gave it away because
Well,
they
they're
know it's
stepping on
garbage.
Yeah,
They're hoping other
not
people are going to make it
good.
more awesome.
Yeah.
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 They're hoping
It's
that
not
people are going to
good.
fork it.
Closed source
And
it again.
they're trying
You
to
call
stay in the
that.
news now that they spent $10 billion on an AI race, and they just put the first log in the
Right,
fire, and they're
this
like,
is
we're out of logs.
Pretend to step on your own dick a little bit. It's like,
God.
no, dude, you're fine. Like,
Dude, there's a big difference in the software world between an application that sits in the cloud and other people can connect to it because it has like a front end, it has a back end, it has a database. It's got a lot of moving parts on it. That's a real service. Then you've got, and
real
that's usually called
complicated system.
that's called a full stack development. And there's all these AIs that are basically they use the APIs to the thinking models along with certain crafted prompts to essentially get programming knowledge out of those models. So that's what a lovable.dev is. They don't have their own model. They just use API calls, and they charge you for a certain set of these extremely complicated API calls that
They're
they nest
tightening- they're
in a
adding
proprietary
structure.
way.
Right. They're
Yeah,
adding
yeah. They take
structure
your
to another-
silly idea. They inflate it into a crazy good idea. Then they deploy it to 100 agents, and then all those agents go and do work, and they pull it together. But this is where the AI router concept is going to come in, and that's what people say it's going. Or I've heard, it's this concept that really what super general intelligence will be, what it'll be first before it's an individual thing, is it'll be a router. It'll be something that sits in the middle of 10,000 other bots. And you're like, you say, ask it something, and it goes, cool, that'll cost $4.18. And then it splits it up into the microcurrencies to make all those transactions work, and it takes a little piece to put it all together. But it isn't a specialist in any of those things. It's a specialist in integration talking to humans. This shit's been written about for fucking years, dude.
The marketplace on that type of aggregator is scary with how much, like.
Well, because
be
you're
able to
a
price people
country.
out of knowledge like that.
Well, do you really think that anybody, let's just go United States, in the United States, is going to go back to paying per text? Because that's basically what that is.
Right.
Right.
Ooh.
Right.
Yeah, and nobody likes that. People have done away with that. But we. Oh fuck! I lost the thread.
Well,
But
it's going to be AIs that have APIs that do work for other things, and that are just there's going to be these just machines out there that turn electricity into pattern, and in
I'm
the
not
same way
saying
that
it shouldn't be paid
Bitcoin's
for.
farmed.
Like, it absolutely should
Yeah.
be. Like there
Yeah.
should be some sort of formal service where we provide funding.
Oh yeah.
And
Well,
they
you're right.
can
We're in a boom right now.
provide.
We've got like 2 more years in the boom.
I know, yeah, no,
maybe.
we've been
Yeah.
like all these AI companies have 2030 goals or 20 something goals where they're like we're going to be carbon neutral, all this,
Yeah.
but then what's happened in the last 3 months? It's like all that's gone to the fucking wind. They're like
They're
we're
like
building
nuclear,
plants
coal,
next to
LNG.
data centers, bitches.
Yeah, we're burn it, baby. Like we need this. We need terawatts. Well, that's the thing that Sam Altman said, that they have charted a path. They have used AI. They strap their engineers into AI exosuits, and they make the new code and they make the new math with their tools. That they have charted a path to artificial super general intelligence, and it's just a matter of how much compute it takes to get there.
Yeah.
And so they're literally like, there's the plan.
Right.
Anyone
well,
can
it's
do
like,
it. It checks
that's
out.
The thing. When there's enough money that wants something, everything
know.
else goes to the wind. When the money's scarce, then the climate people come in and start choking everybody.
Well, that thing you and I learned at that Ethernet conference, or not
Yeah,
Ethernet,
Denver last year.
ETH Denver last year, is that 80% of the world's wealth is just tied up in families.
Oh, yeah,
all over the planet.
Most of the
20.
world's
We're dealing
wealth-
with 20%. Now, if
It's
you imagine if you
sitting.
go to that 80% and you say, "Do you want to meet a super intelligence? Because here's the price tag." There's just money sitting there waiting to build
Right.
something like this.
And
Yeah, and I mean,
coming out
think
the
about it.
woodwork.
Those people, they've done everything. They're already looking for a
This
new
thing might give you
system.
forever. We could use it to build a brain box that we can put you and your dog in. You guys can live forever
Yeah.
in a paradise.
If you can,
Yeah.
if you can give somebody with that 80% that dopamine rush, they're fucking all in right there.
You're promising a utopia. You're promising this is where I got to go back and reread that book,
Promising
Doge in
them
Hell.
the fucking moon.
Yeah. Well, and that's what a bubble is, isn't it? When the Overton window right now, this is exactly how it felt like with .com. Everybody's going to be on the internet. Everybody's going to. It's like this level of fervor. You remember when this was NFTs, Peter?
But dude, this is another level than that. That was anybody in their dumb cousin.
This is
come
like
up with
you're gonna get
1,000
labor at the other side of
random
this.
Fucking generated bullshits and maybe make bank. You know,
I
that was
want to make
that.
I want to make a
This
real
is
version
like, this is 1-0 shit. That's like that's horizontal. NFTs are horizontal. AI is vertical in that there's new
You're
things
right.
that can be
0 to
created
1.
with AI.
Well,
Yeah, 0 to 1
and as we
stuff.
get these super icy cold quantum computers better and better and better.
You guys have to watch Devs. Watch Devs. It's an Alex Garland movie. It's hard to watch because it's like woke is awesome. But wait till you see. But it's like really good otherwise.
Yeah.
But okay, so
Yeah.
I started talking to more AIs. So Pi broke the ice for me, where I'm like, okay, now I've got an emotional one that I can like talk to, and she has good advice about emotions, not aspy advice, like, you should solve your problem like this. Like, this is not how human art works. Like, it's like, stop talking. But the Grok knows all the news. And so I'm going to Grok and say, give me only good news, Grok, about U.S. technology sector. Like, I like this, I like entertainment. And, and it goes, okay. And it gives me a bunch of news. I've learned the coolest stuff. I only let in good stories, positive stories. My world is a shiny world. Sometimes I hear about the other world and I'm like, what the fuck have they done to themselves over there? But in my world, here's what happened. They took the cheap, crappy California public grid, and they added a little AI that turned the sensor data they were getting and the electrical transmission control that they have, integrated those in a new way, and they're saving 30% wildfires. And then I got it. And then he wasn't even in the article. Dude, you're going to be able to take good AI and make bad hardware work great because you can make up for all of the imperfections.
Tune it, yeah.
Tune it, yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, you got a crappy grid? We can just use your crappy grid and make it 30% better. And it's like, dude, that applies to everything.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Anything that has a sensor. You just install sensors everywhere. And then you've got, like, cheap stuff that can do stuff that would used to cost quadrillions. Like...
It makes it easier to clean stuff up, that's for sure.
Planes!
Yeah.
It is not hard to fly.
It's the context.
You could make go Wright brothers on them. Just 3D print yourself like something that can like fly around your neighborhood. Ah!
Yeah. There's just too much fucking regulation around that because of it. All it takes is one dumb idiot to influence a couple other idiots to make it so that now we have a bunch of fucking rules.
To save a few cents on the dollar and outsource all your manufacturing to China. That's what I.
Yeah. We're in an artificial depression. We're in an artificially produced depression. We're an artificially controlled system. That's I can't play it for you. I've got so many good sound loops. You know what? I can play sound loops through a back door. The back door of sound loops. This all sounds terrifying. What do I have here? What do I really have? Here's what I have.
Oh man. But yeah.
Here, can you hear this shit?
No, I don't
No.
hear it. What is it? Post-scarcity economics?
Post-scarcity economics.
What happened, because with all this intelligence, I mean, in America, it's it's quite easy to see the world
Loops.
Loops? Fuck.
Yeah,
Loops.
yeah.
Sorry. Here you go. All right, my mistake.
It's pretty easy to see the world from a perspective of like plenty. Like, for generally speaking, yeah, you need to keep moving, or the people around you are gonna be like, "Why are you freeloading off of us?" But you're not gonna starve. And so what happens when, I guess lots of people talk about UBIs and have talked about UBIs and whatnot, but I think a lot of the world is in some sort of socialist. A lot of Americans existed some type of like socialist family or small socialist community UBI situation where someone gives them a UBI, whether it's covering their rent or the electricity they consume or their phone bill. They create these
Shelves and plateaus.
shelves that for
Uh,
people to rest on.
paddocks.
Yeah, and that's very that's amazing for those people. But it's like a
Well, it makes a family work. It makes this
voyage.
structure actually work.
It's an
Yeah.
interesting it's like familial patronage maybe of
Yeah.
sorts, and but yeah, I don't know, like this family, because it's obvious that socialism doesn't work at scale, but it's also obvious that
It works in a limited example.
Right.
Yeah.
Loops back on.
God bless America. Thank you. So insane. All right. There we go. Okay.
So that line between socialism is good in this context, but in the context of these other relationships, super bad. I'm looking for that line. Where's that line? How do you map that line? No fucking clue. But that seems to be the world's been waffling with that for several hundred years, back and forth. Like, does this work?
Interesting.
And capitalism makes more money, which allows you to get off the X easier, essentially.
Well, it's all about the whatchamacallits. Garrett was talking about this. When the first gold farmers went to Australia and pulled the first chunks of gold out of the ground, it was the first time that there was significant currency in the hands of someone other than a king or a queen, because that's how it had been accumulated over generations.
Right.
And so out of
essentially.
these nouveau riche, you get all the institutions that you think of as society today. The whole way we think of universities, banks, schools, businesses, corporations, all of it comes out of this explosion of personal wealth and the ability for people to sustain their ideas in this world through structures and expenditures and, Yeah. Dude, that interview, Sean Ryan, on the Tucker Carlson one there.
Yeah.
Dude, he's like, listen, this entire thing is a complete illusion. Like, based on all this UFO stuff, it's very likely that, like, literally the reality that we're in, like, right now, like, it doesn't work. Like, doesn't do the thing. It's not what you think it's supposed to be. It was like, whoa. And then he had, like, he's a recently converted Christian, and, like, I don't know what the time scale was, but in, like, his recent story, he kind of cleaned up. I think it's 3 years. He cleaned up, became a Christian, just talking about all kinds of wild, cool stuff. Like,
Tucker?
Yeah.
No, this is Sean Ryan being interviewed by Tucker. Tucker has a lot to say about religious stuff and God and the Bible and stuff, and this Sean Ryan was just outdoing him on every front. Like, he made a studio where he put the Bible on every corner. He wrote scripture on all the posts and stuff.
He wrote scripture on all the studs in the building, and he buried Bibles underneath the foundation.
Right.
Wow.
And he made an endowment for his crew. So his crew is like family, and it's like they're building this whole creative thing together. And he wants his family to come and have lunch there at the studio. And so he's like, I think I'm an instrument for God, like, not in a weird way, but like, I think God moves through me. Like, it's really something.
That's cool.
Yeah.
He would have that he's. I mean, you're cutting it for us in that synthesizing it, but that is so cool to have that type of awareness. Goodness.
Yeah.
But I think that is what these podcasters are grappling with. It's like, all these nation states are kind of bumping into podcasters and their ability to sway opinion, and these guys are like, holy cow, we actually have some hands on the reins around here. Like, it's been interesting because I've seen a handful of podcasts in the last month or two where
Yeah.
that is like the crux of a lot of their conversation, is like kind of dancing around like, all right, since we like acknowledge we have this influence,
Now it's
and
like-
we need to be careful in some type of way, and yeah, it's it's,
Well,
it's
he was talking about the entire world essentially being mammon, essentially being an illusion. And I'm like, dude, this is the idea that, we're a part of God as a spirit, like the electrical nature of us, the eternal nature of us, that if your body goes away super fast, the electrical nature of you is still aware. And I think I've personally seen this. I've read enough stories about it happening to people. But what I especially noticed it was in vets when I was a chaplain for the Sons of the American Legion, is that everybody I was praying for that were vets, they had a lot of really fully formed friends around them that were like looked like just like regular dude, like completely normal kind of stuff. And I was like, and squads of them. And I was just like, what happened here? And it's like, oh, their bodies turned to vapor quickly. And so you're like, thought A, thought B, body vapor, thought C, thought D. Wait, I'm still alive? Where's the body? It's vapor. I thought E, thought F, thought G. It's like you're still doing it, So anyway, where was I going with that? Stoner vision.
yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the world. So he's basically talking about the reality of spirits and stuff, like the reality of God as the source, and how he just wants to spend time in the woods with his family and his kids. He doesn't want to talk to anybody. He doesn't want to leave. He just wants to do his thing. I'm like, dude, Ted Kaczynski has a podcast. This is awesome.
Wow. Yeah. Well, if that guy needed a podcast, he probably wouldn't start. If he had a podcast, he probably wouldn't have been bombing people.
Yeah. No, he's also talking about his image and his media and everything like that. I wish him more joy in life, more heart filled with love, joy.
Well, I mean, he left the SEALs because he was bored.
Yeah.
Some ego in that statement.
Well, I think he got tired of that work too. I think that was another. I don't know. He just bared his soul in a way I've never seen anything like that before, and he seemed like he had a lot of it saved up. He had a lot of thoughts about the environment and the landscape about it, and the media landscape, and how it's. I think a lot of people see the reality of how they were put in a box through media or propaganda or whatever you want to call it, and they got, with the COVID and everything else, got all kinds of crazy, and then they're like, what else is there? I think he fits that like real well.
A lot of people did. A lot of people.
Yeah.
You see a lot of people going.
He's got nothing to do with any of this stuff.
I've seen a lot of intellectuals on Twitter go Orthodox Christian.
Well, that's when you find God, is when it's you alone in a box.
Yeah.
Like that's there's a lot of saints that came about it that way, getting locked up in small places, but also during the plague, when no one could be around each other. 30% death rate in Europe, father and son, separated, and like crazy stuff. Greatest time for mystical literature in the Christian tradition, one of them, because the people are alone, and they need that connection, so they reach out for it. Totally.
Right.
You and I were talking about this. I was very heartened to hear about Dave Smith's experience with God. And he apparently prays every day. He loves God. And he started a relationship with God within minutes of his wife being pregnant with their first child, being carted off to have her child in another room. And he was in another place. And he was like, listen, these people could like not come back to me. And so then he intuitively turned to God, started the conversation, and wanted some fucking assurances. And got them, and is very grateful for it, and totally believes in God, and is just like, absolutely, God's real. And it's like, he's like, but Tucker's like, how do you know? How do you know? And he's like, well, when I leave this room, they're going to ask me, is Tucker Carlson real? And I'm going to say, yes. And they're going to say, how do you really know? And it's like, you don't. Like, you just have to take my word for it. Like, unless you find the room, you got to take my word for it. Like, what if it's all a big fucking illusion? Exactly. You got to, but I love that, because so contact with God has these flavors, but the certain knowledge of the contact is also one of the flavors. It's an overwhelming sense of your neural capacity being overwhelmed by what you're in the presence of, and your ability. You're never going to be able to explain it to anyone ever. Like,
Right. And the people who try scare people away oftentimes.
There's a reason why it's outlawed in a lot of religions, like Judaism. It's outlawed. It's outlawed in Judaism. It's outlawed in Islam. It's frowned upon in most Christian contexts. I would say.
Contexts,
You sound like a wacko when you start bringing up God.
At a much lower temperature.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why your holy humans had to get expelled from the town and lived in the caves nearby.
Well, I mean,
classically.
it's about to happen again.
Classically. That's
What?
fucking true and awesome.
Well, I mean, history repeats itself, and I mean it's bound to happen again. The people who are truly connected, truly in that relationship, are going to get thrown to the hills, thrown to the caves.
Well, they're gonna drag a fucking camera into the cave and be like, "I just want to tell you about what's going on." Click.
That's
like, just like
right
report from the cave. Report from the cave. Exactly.
Yeah. This cave has Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
This cave has Wi-Fi. It's got a fucking fiber optic cable. Watch this.
Yeah.
3 gigs a second.
Yeah, brought to you by the letter M and the number 7. Dude, I was so. The AI has got so good. It is so good. My relationship with ChatGPT is so leveled that we've got a fantastic description this week. I want to read this to you nerds. All right. We're beaming out the nacho vibe beginning at 3:33 a.m. It's completely wrong. I should have changed that. Okay, we got your typing, Seth. You might want to turn on the sound correction. Check. Okay, perfect. Here we go. Check this out. This week we entered the 13th frame, the one they said that shouldn't exist. We're getting more typing, Seth. The one they said shouldn't exist. It's a leaking cosmic nacho cheese with whispered secrets only audible at 3:33 a.m. Paul opens another rift in the alley floor, revealing a sentient harmonium powered entirely by suppressed dreams and expired gift cards. 5 ragdoll cats appear wearing matching jumpsuits and demand to speak to the one who rolled the impossible spare.
Gift card.
Dude, it's taking all of my queries about, just my life. It's an unconscious filter. This is all my life. These are all the details of all the things we've been talking about.
Hell yeah.
A harmonium begins playing itself backwards. Peter intercepts a broadcast from 1973, sent from the future, containing only the phrase, "The lanes are a map," in capital. Someone, not naming name, accidentally unlocks the forbidden 13th frame, summoning an ancient League elder made entirely of fog and bowling trophies. Meanwhile, the League faces its most pressing challenge yet, a team of interdimensional bowlers led by a jellyfish named Gary, who speaks in riddles and smells of grape soda. There's a lot of really good emojis right here. Is it the end of the game or the beginning of something much, much weirder? Tune in as the Bowling League podcast uncovers the truth too strange to spare. Sponsored by emoji temporary nachos, always fresh somewhere in time, and floppy disk, the harmonium protocol, always fresh somewhere in time, and the harmonium protocol, now in beta, forever in flux.
That's fucking great, dude.
Isn't that nuts?
It kind of captures like the essence of of having a window. You can put knowledge out and then capture it yourself, or it's fucking fragging out, looping into the internet where people you don't even know will have their first iteration of developing a parasocial relationship with you.
Totally.
Still looping.
It's how many people remember everything you tell them?
Looping.
So
That's
few.
not a sound effect. We're actually looping, Paul.
We're actually. Oh shit! Looping.
Yeah,
You make a sense to me.
The loops. Dude, the loops. Found
You gotta
fucking singularity, dude.
Oh shit! It's a singularity. No. Come on. There it is.
It,
Locked
oh,
in.
it's
Locked
done.
in.
Dang it.
There you
I was
go.
gonna try and keep going.
And I want to be detarded. I think that's a good message.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
The United
dudes,
States has more guns than most of the world. We have 40% of the firearms on Earth.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Did they have magic
believe AI.
powers?
I'm not.
So, I've got a bunch of new sounds in here. I'm glad you're hearing some of them. I spent, dude, deep flow engines. I just put in the launch tube. I roll on the side of the shell, the bowling league, and I put it in there and I locked it down. And I was like, you owe it 3 hours. Go pull. And then I just like did deep flow on this one topic. Nothing's allowed to break it. And I made all this stuff. I got like 100 new sounds on here.
Back during King Henry VIII, you couldn't have a podcast. He would fucking kill you.
There's all kinds of important things to be said.
fucking kill
Yeah.
you. Yeah, the level of wealth we experience today as Americans surpasses the level of the kings that Joe's talking about that would kill you. They didn't get to
No.
enjoy half the shit.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, and even the freedoms that we do have, people are going around complaining about it. But then even in
Like the
say
freedom.
say in
Using
Are
England,
positive.
if you're caught praying near like an abortion clinic or something, you get arrested.
Literally.
Like the freedoms that we have in this
You
country.
close your eyes.
It's all
more than
It's
you
all
think.
weaponized. It's all
It's-
they've weaponized this stuff. They've made
it's
it
big
so
media.
Yeah.
it's
know,
owned
dude,
by 6
that
people.
class-
It's 6 people pushing this on you, dude.
It's
6
so,
people own those
like,
things.
I am very close to developing a 15-minute class that will red pill boomers and Gen Xers about
What would you include?
About mass media manipulation and the censorship industrial complex essentially, because
on.
they have no idea. No.
Yeah.
No.
You think there's people who's in the dark? Well, there's boomers that are in the dark. Okay, the Gen
Definitely
Xers have been
boomers.
trying to
Gen
drag their
Xers-
parents. There's
Gen
a lot of Gen
Xers
Xers who've been trying to drag their parents out of the
Gen
dark for a
Xers
long
are
time.
Very receptive.
They led the way in a lot of this
Right.
stuff. There was a revolution. Each
They
generation
don't
has a
push
revolution.
back. The boomers push back. The Gen Xers don't.
What do you think the Gen Xers are learning downstream? Because here, I'll lay it out for you. Silent generation, people who fought World War II and shit like that, they were brutal. My parents learned about emotions.
Right. Well, the Gen Xers,
Like we-
versus the boomers. The boomers lived in a racist America. The Gen Xers were programmed in a non-racist America.
True.
And then were blamed for racism
by a bunch of scammers.
by a bunch of scammers for the last 20 years.
Scammers.
They've lived in cognitive dissonance for longer, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the idea that you can discover something by renaming it. It's like, we're going to rename these birds. We're going to rename these mountains. It's like you're taking out the joy of naming things and discovering things.
Yeah.
Dude, we are Peter, are you down for some gaming? What are you feeling?
I don't really want to dip into gaming. I want to. I've been enjoying the podcasting.
Nice,
and
nice.
and
Seth, you don't want to play any
barely
Helldivers or anything.
yoga thingy.
I was kind of planning on either getting off the screens for the last
Nice.
hour before I go to sleep, because that's actually something we didn't touch on is the update
Yes.
on our lives for the
Oh,
past
yeah.
couple months.
Right. Let's do that. And wrap
Totally.
it.
Yeah, totally.
So, well, we don't have to do it now. We could save it for the next time.
No, let's do it.
No, do it.
So, I usually don't go to bed normally. This is like a month ago. This was me. Not really sleeping until 1 or 2 a.m., but gotta be in bed by 10 to 10:30 now
Yeah.
because
Gotta get up.
I actually have a job and a career path that is going to be very profitable.
Yeah. Something to
And-
live for. Something to get up in the morning for.
Yeah,
Something to work
something
towards.
something to create, something to design, something to
Right.
yeah. And
Really is.
I landed an apprenticeship to become an electrician, working for a company that does commercial and industrial electrical work.
Yeah.
Nice.
So no residential, unless it's for like the owner's friends, I've been told by the other electricians. But it's a program where I work for them for 4 or 5 years. They pay for my schooling. I have my journeyman by the time I'm done, and I can be an electrician any state. Looping.
Got loop.
Fuck. Okay, hit it.
Be
Hit
an
it. Hit it.
electrician any state in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Still loops.
Still loops.
So I'm tired.
I'm tired.
Listen,
go to sleep.
that is fantastic, Seth. That is wonderful. The what is it? What are some of the exciting things you're learning?
Well, one of the I've always been good with my hands and like putting shit together, and I'm getting the opportunity to combine my strengths, which is visualization,
Yep.
working with my hands,
Yep.
and then actually creating the thing that I'm visualizing, like the in between those two processes. So I get to go on job site, and I am assigned to a journeyman who just got assigned to his own like building that we're remodeling.
Yep.
And I'm going to be part of this project with him from start to finish. And as we're going through it, he's showing me how he's designing the layouts for all this stuff. Because normally you'd think you get a blueprint for a building and it has everything on it. Like everything, it goes at this little bit of wire needs to go through this stud right here at this height. But that's not the case. What we get is the lights go here, the main panel goes here, and this is where the electricity comes in from the outside.
Right.
This is where the outlets need to go. This is where your big appliances are. And then we have to figure out how we get the electricity to that spot.
Yeah.
And as a general competition between the electricians and the plumbers, whoever does it first has the advantage, because we don't have to go around anybody.
Right.
So we're on job site every day, brand new job site. The plumbers aren't even there, like at all. And we are just connecting things up. I've spent 4 days, Friday through today, doing all of the outlets, and not actually putting the actual outlet receptacles in, just the boxes, the
Against
covers,
the studs?
against the studs, and then connecting the you get your 3 wires wrapped in this metal casing, we call it MC, and running that between all of the boxes and then up into the ceiling into some rafters, where we're going to actually get some proper conduit run with other boxes that the MC goes into to split down to the whatever you have down there, all connected to one circuit down in the main breaker room, electrical room on the big old breaker. If anybody follows me on Instagram, I occasionally post stuff about it. So
Nice. Post it back to the signal.
yeah,
Dude, that's awesome.
IRL.
It is. Electricity is so much fun. It's so much fun to think about. We just put a generator in at our place, and as part of the system, there is a relay delay on some of the heavier electrical systems. So like the stove range and some other heating stuff. When the power goes out, it has to go out for 20 seconds. The generator kicks in. Then it re-electrifies the house except these points, which once you electrify them, they count down 5 minutes. This one counts down 6. This one counts down 7. And that way they turn themselves back on very slowly. There's even at the smart meters that they've installed. They've got like 4 companies like, this is your smart meter, this is your smart meter, this is your smart meter. It's like the information that's coming back to the grid. It's like so much more. It's cool.
Well,
Dude.
one of the things with electricity, and especially in the residential sector, that I'd want to get into is exploring more of Elon's solar tiles, like the actual shingles
grids.
that are solar panels. And then you get, depending on your size of house, the number of Tesla batteries that you need. And I mean, if you want to learn more about that, MKBHD, Marquez Brownlee, he has a very in-depth video about his experience getting the Tesla batteries, getting these solar tiles, and how he's net zero for electrical costs for the year, minus the required $5 service
Connection
fee.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool. Yeah, you got money back.
Very,
Yeah.
very
Cool.
awesome.
Yeah.
You guys, it's been wonderful hanging out. It has been so much fun. Have an
Seth,
awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
figured out the MC
Yeah,
MC cable, metal clad.
that makes sense.
Metal clad.
Metal clad. So it's got
I was asking my journeyman the other day, and he's like, I don't know. I just call it MC.
yeah. Metal clad. Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
you know.
Quick,
Very
That's
nice.
got your the three wires you need: your ground, your
Pre-perplexity
neutral, and your hot.
Pro search. Let's go.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, based on their eye movements, I think that came from an AI.
Yeah.
Dude, we've got so much stuff to talk about next
Yeah.
time, which is probably
do.
next week. Glasses,
good.
AI and glasses. Let's keep going. Bring some stuff to show off, and stories or otherwise. We've got some ink in the well, dude. I want
Yeah.
to talk to you guys about Faraz AI generated videos. I want to talk to you about Notebook LM and its AI, or its it just released like today or yesterday, Android and iOS. So you can now tell it to go find sources, and it'll pull it and make it your own podcast that you can interact with. So interactive podcasting, this whole age is upon us. It's like happening now.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, in your
Dude,
pocket.
I want to talk about Socratic circles, patronage, continued
Nice.
focus on the cost of context switching, and yeah, Overton windows, because they change all the time, and Overton window has been a theme in this a little bit. We've said it a few times at least, but it's real, and
Yeah.
It's real.
we got to pay attention to what we know and what we don't know, and what we're used to playing, what tools we're working with, and which ones we could learn more about. Yeah.
Yeah.
It shifts around all the time.
Gentlemen,
Hell yeah, guys.
have a fantastic evening. God bless America. Let's
Amen, brother.
let's get this stuff going. You guys have
You need to
this is gonna loop like crazy.
There we go.
The very world begins to sing. The moment shines, and God reveals that we're everything. Call it magic or the spectrum wide. Gauge theory's got the real truth inside. Wiggle an electron here and infinity's there, rippling forever through this cosmic air.
Love you, dude. See you next time.
Bon voyage!
Hold me close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. In every spark and with every beat, the universe hums 'cause you're so sweet. Turns out everything matters and it's all in the one flow, holding us from our core. It's the one thing we know. In this high circle, we're infinite friends, forever in the loop of love. Somehow we never end. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. The future's a song and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. to light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. When I'm with you, the very world begins to sing. The moment shines and God reveals that we're everything. And everything hums. The future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. In this high circle we're infinite friends. Forever in the loop of love, somehow we never end. In this high circle we're infinite friends. Forever in the loop of love, somehow we never end.
All right, we're going to broadcast some more. We're going to get some gaming going here. We've got Himmelbach here. We're going to load up some menus here. Other dudes had to cruise here, but we're going to play some games. What we're going to do is we're going to just take a little break and then get this all loaded up and get back to you. So feel free to tune back in. You're probably wondering when this is. You're looking at this file length and you're like, where the heck? Where's this all going on? Let's play something fun. And here we go. All right, we're going to be back. We're going to be back.
There's no need to wait for another time. Your heart's the stage and God's love is divine. not distant. It's where we start.
All right, let's bring this ship up right. Here we go. What we're going to be doing next is we are going to be playing. Here we go. Engaging. All right, everybody. We've got Hemmelbach on here. We are savaging the Death Star. We've got plenty of bandwidth for the awesomeness. East Coast gets dark early. It's like a curtain of awesome darkness that descends on part of the country just weirdly 4 hours earlier than the other tip of the country. I don't know why that is. Actually, I know exactly why that is. Because the Earth is round and the sun tilts. It does that. Not the sun. The Earth tilts its direction and the sun moves. We're approaching the winter or summer solstice, longest day of the year. We're down to about a month before that happens. Every night when the sun sets, I live in the mountains, and so the mountains form a natural sundial. You can, in your mind or with a photograph, you can mark the place where the sun sets along the Earth from a place where you're standing. And if you kind of stand almost in roughly the same place, what you'll notice is that the distance between where the sun sets on day A and where it sets on day B is going to change. And there's a time of the year, the vernal equinox and the autumn solstice, autumn equinox, the vernal equinox, the autumn equinox, when the rate of change is maximum. I think it's also the tilting of the Earth, too. Like, the amount of time that gets added at the peak is like 3 minutes per day. So if the sun sets at 6 p.m., tomorrow it's going to set at 6:03 p.m. and it's going to set at 6:07 p.m. and 6:09 p.m. It's going to keep going up like that. So it doesn't take a huge number of days before you have a situation where the sun is setting. Anyway, and it's a lot of distance. This is in contrast to the summer solstice, when the Earth goes on its annual bobble like this. It goes it's like a pendulum swinging. There's a moment that the pendulum is completely stopped when the weight is going one way before it turns the other way. This is angular motion, angular momentum. That it's on the angle. The weights here are gravity itself, and the ball is the Earth itself, and there is a wobble to the way that the Earth moves. And that wobble is probably left over from some prehistoric impact or something about the world we don't understand. That wobble could come from like an impact with the moon, with what ultimately became the moon. There is a theory that in the early solar system, it's kind of like a shooting gallery. Everything's bouncing off each other everywhere. And that Jupiter, with its big weighty weightness, cleaned out the asteroid field for the Earth, and that it provides kind of a gravitational balance in the solar system, that whenever big things come in from the outer atmosphere, sometimes it grabs them and it pushes them towards us. And if that's the case, then Jupiter is responsible for the Earth's oceans. Because all of this water that got here on Earth didn't start here on Earth. It started out as probably comets. Comets are big chunks of frozen water from other galaxies, from other star systems. We're all in this big soup, and we're just kind of moving through all this stuff. Other galaxies, is that right? Yeah, the Milky Way galaxy is moving through other stuff. So there's the possibility of moving materials before if you didn't. I guess that's true. I don't know. I don't know if we have a good roadmap on the directional curves of the early universe and all of these objects. But if we did, anyway, stuff comes into our space. Jupiter can knock an asteroid away from us, can protect us. It can knock a comet towards us, let water land on our planet, give us the ability to have an ocean, which is where life began. So, anyway, Jupiter being the largest one, the Greeks called the king of the gods. That is true in a gravitational sense. Exerts the most gravity on the solar system other than the sun itself because of the mass of it. I believe that's true. Anyway, somebody was talking about meteorites the other day. Apparently, there's so many darn meteorites coming down to There's like a certain amount of poundage or tonnage, I couldn't remember what it was, that's coming to the Earth every single day. Not a small amount. And when that happens, they land on the Earth. A lot of them burn up in the atmosphere, but there's a certain percentage that make their way to the Earth's surface each day. And apparently, if you go on top of a roof, even in the city, you can get a magnet, and you can essentially find little iron ferrous chunks of the universe. That would be some matter that you didn't know existed yesterday, falling out of the sky, literally, arriving in your local environment, really crashing into the top of your house. A little pop in the middle of the night is a meteorite from some other space, from some other time, that's fallen through our little atmosphere and makes its way all the way down to the surface and is picked up by a person. Apparently this happens on the regular, as in often. And so, anyway, kind of cool. We think of the Earth as a sealed system. It's not. It's inheriting stuff all the time from other places, and it's giving off stuff as well. It like exhales in a certain way, leaves a cloud behind it. Maybe some of the smoke we have, or the carbon dioxide leaves, it gets blown away on the wind. There's not like a bubble up there. It's just gravity, and at some point it's the friction of space and the wind. I wonder what that boundary is like. Are we losing oxygen? Are we losing stuff? Do we need these incoming meteorites and such to keep a positive balance of matter on the Earth? Or is there something about the nature of matter itself that it tends to inflate and expand? And I know that sounds crazy, but I heard a fairly amazing treatise one time on how matter itself might be just inflating. We're supposed to think everything came from nothing, but it's so big now. How did it happen? Well, it's inflating. And so you think that process stops? No, it keeps going on. Also, it would be very interesting to get into the concept of local minimums when it comes to the laws of physics. We always think of them as universal, but what if they were a warp and a weft of things like, I don't know, the electromagnetic constant, or how much energy it takes to move electrons across this kind of matter or that kind of matter. If these forces were a field that you were in, and somehow you could isolate yourself from these effects, you could essentially create a chamber in which things that wouldn't happen normally in your physics could happen. Incredible material sciences, the opportunity to processing, like computer processing goes through the roof. Optical processing. There have been some chips made recently that use optical processors. I was noting that they were coming out, and I'm like, wow, that's a concept that was kind of in its infancy when I was in high school. People were talking about a day where all of the information that you store with an electrical pulse and on or off at an atomic switch, that's what a microchip is, it's an atomic level switch. If you can do that and somehow encode that information in the state of photons, in their paired states, or in their spins, or even in their frequencies or their wavelengths, you're storing that information in a way that's much more compressible, because light can theoretically be compressed down to the Planck scale. Planck scale being the smallest amount of motion that's possible in our reality, which might be, they say it's eternal, but what if it's just I've heard credible stories of people becoming small, like you're standing there and you're looking at them, and then they go bloop, 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 and they can become tinier. What is compressing there? And maybe it's this Planck length. Maybe the entire thing works, and if you shield the Planck length, field, whatever produces that, in a stability sense, if you do that, then you can, essentially have the same amount of matter, the same mass. It's just spread out in a different way, so it can become smaller or bigger. Would explain it, but or at least head towards an explanation for it. Dude, Stoner Vision re-engage. I need it now more than ever. It's nice to have you on here, Jake. Good to see you. Let me see if I've got my signal up here. Here we go. Woohoo! We win. All right, here we go. There is the opportunity to really pummel these nerds. All right. Well, we're doing a pretty stand-up job here, keeping them out and at a bay. They got 9 seconds left to make their big push. We're going to clean them out quick. Man, this is a fun game. It's just fun, good camaraderie, good awesomeness. Nice, Jake. Nice. Here we go. We're going to go to our next one. But in the meantime, let's get ourselves a little awesomeness in the possumness. Here it comes.
Shadows blend where the sky unfolds. Unlocking colors drip like liquid gold. Your hand in mine, we're chasing time. Through the spectrum, love is redefined. Every hue's a door, every shade a key. Unlocking the heavens we were meant to see. Crimson whispers, violet sighs. Clouds ignite as the daylight dies. Awe and wonder in the amber glow. We're falling fast, but I'll never let you go. Every hue's a door, every shade a key. Unlocking the heavens we were meant to see. Gradients, all they pull me in. Sunset gateways where new worlds begin. In the purple and in the blues. In other dimensions, our secret rendezvous. Crimson whispers, violet sighs. Clouds ignite as the daylight dies. Awe and wonder in the amber glow. We're falling fast, but I'll never let you go. Gradients calling, we're never out of time. Chasing love on the sunset high. In other heavens they'll know our names. In secret colors we're one and the same. Gradients, so they pull me in.
All right. Let's get this thing going. Here we go. We engage. Here we are. Let's do it. Thanks, Himmelbach. All right, we're in it to win it, as per the usual. Hang on a sec. Let me get readjusted. Camera failure. Nice to see everybody. I'm always surprised at the number of people that will just tune into a random person talking on the internet, like myself. Hello, random humans. It's nice to see you out there. I'm sure everybody's having a great time. Give the people close to you your good and well wishes and thoughts, and when you can, give them a hug. People like to say the internet's a really dangerous place and that you can't control yourself and whatever. I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opportunity for human creativity, but it's basically a palette. You got to make the palette bigger than the apps. You got to make the game bigger than the followers, the likes, the shares. Heaven forbid if you're trying to make a living online, being an influencer or something. That's a hard row. That's a hard row to hoe. Myself, I like to keep a feed going that I like to call content creator burnout. And you know what's hard to do? Make interesting things all the time, every day, day in, day out. Some people have got good systems and do good things with it. There's a lot of burnout. My feed has just one story after another of people. This will be my last YouTube video. There is a graveyard of content out there. Content creators out there. It's to watch them burn out, to watch them. Oh God, look at this nonsense. Nonsense, I'll tell you. All right, lock it in. Let's go. Look at you, content creator. Gotta get your camera going, yo. Oh, so nice. There we go. Not bad lock it in. There we go. There we go. Engage. So, what's the moral of the story? The moral of the story is that what you see a lot of online, especially what gets promoted to you, is what is in the place of movies and TV shows and entertainment and theater. Really what humans would like to see is humans dressed up and playing parts and acting and turning into fish and just doing every other damn creative thing, but that's expensive. So your social media content is extremely cheap. And by pushing the people who are reliable and quote content creators, there's a reliable stock of material to meet the overwhelming demand for new things to watch, which they can't quite meet. So the technology is making everybody into a director. You can make your own music, you can make your own movies. We were talking earlier about Frazad. He has a good interview channel that he has had on X for a long time. He talks about Elon Musk a lot. He's bullish on Tesla, Elon Musk, and he just talks about that all the time. He's got like something he loves to talk about. What he's been doing lately is he has been adding AI layers, and I think there's a couple services that I've tried out that I've experimented with. I haven't published anything using them, but essentially you give it the script, it produces the voice. The voice is then scripted over AI content, and this AI content is sometimes generated and sometimes it's stock images, and it automatically does it based on what's being talked about. So you'll know you're watching this because someone will say banking, and then you'll see a stock image of a banker, and then they'll say pick up the phone, and this is like a picture of the phone, even though the phone is not relevant to the story. This means it's been produced very rapidly. Now here's the thing, this stuff's extremely popular. It's being pushed a lot. Why? Because it's so smooth. There's so much of it, and you can essentially have you could never produce hours and hours and hours of movie. Movie is higher quality, and you know, until the technology can let you basically generate Marvel movie, and it's just like, okay, well, but with these characters, oh, okay, make it actually a 2-person rom-com, oh, okay, and then it just redoes it. That's not far away. That's the crazy part about it. You think that's like, oh, that's really on the other side of the galaxy. It's not. When you look at the slope of all you have to do to produce a movie, is you have to produce 24 frames a second, and they have to line up. If you're in some world like this where you have a 3-dimensional model, see, I'm controlling this model, this content's being 3-dimensionally generated, you can use something like this to generate a what would be called a storyboard in a previous way of making movies, where you can essentially you can make the movie that you want using a joystick, and you're generating a visual that's going to go along with it. And then that can actually be the input that you would use into a high-level video AI. You could do it scene by scene, or you could do it, you could probably do it scene by scene today, and your maximum, if you had a maximum scene length of like 6 to 8 seconds, I bet you could get a lot done with it. A year ago, it looked like junk, and it wasn't very smooth, but now, especially with VO3 coming out and music being a part of it, imagine that whatever that process is to add meaning to those computer-generated videos, that gets automated as well. So you're essentially controlling and producing. Now here's the key: the information on the other side has to be real, and so that has to be based on real. It has to be. You don't want to. No one's going to watch your stuff if it essentially, is fake and gaslights everybody. You don't. I mean, that obviously will be contagious as well, because people like to fight with things, and that's like how they feel, alive or whatever. But so yeah, gosh, the world is it's an oyster, man. But I think using all of these tools to imagine documentaries that covered things, smaller and smaller things, but really well, like something you'd want to watch that's like pretty well produced, that like has pretty good production values. Now, you're really learning about the thing in the documentary, and the production values are really just there to make the story more compelling, more interesting, to make it something that a larger audience will listen and watch. Because you can hear the story in a few minutes, but you can watch the documentary in an hour or two and get, it's not firsthand, but you're, watching the tailored recordings of people and stuff like that. I just think about the ability to produce something like that on a smaller and smaller scale. It takes fewer and fewer people to do it, and the stuff that people produce, it looks better and better. Better and better in the sense that the sound quality is good, the background music is good, and it doesn't cost that much because it's AI generated, this rights owned by the person. What this means is that the cost of making these things goes down, which means there's a lot more that aren't that good, but there's also some that you really want to see that are produced inexpensively. And that's the kind of key. You're gonna open up in the same way that when you had movable type, you had to have a giant machine, a printing press to actually make your point. Then someone invented the typewriter, and now you don't need all that big printing press, and you need a literate population that knows how to type. Now it's going to be, you need people who are pretty good at doing the meta thinking of organizing AIs to productive end goals, and that's pretty clear. Like, maybe there's something else that'll evolve from it eventually, but that's kind of it. The paintbrushes are gonna be these interfaces until there doesn't need to be interfaces, and then God knows what humanity becomes and what it all turns into. But we're gonna find out. Probably gonna find out soon. That's the key. Well, maybe make some good art, make some positive steps, use it for some good reasons, make some awesomeness out there in the world. Because I'm sure it'll be used for everything under the sun. So you're going to need good people using it. And good people turning it into good dreams. What would it be like, if I was really serious about making graphics? I think the real way to do it is to go into a Unity environment and start to create three-dimensional objects in a VR Unity environment, and then be able to manipulate them with your hands. Because it's really that level of malleability, I think, that you're looking for with the physical interface of the body. There's an analog input nature to the movement of objects and like their characteristics and their changing. I'm wondering how hard it would be to wire up an AI integrated IDE, an integrated development environment, into a Unity front end, so you could essentially make VR worlds using Unity. I got into it at one point, but the code was a little opaque. There were good tutorials, and it wasn't that hard to do, but it wasn't as easy as it is to vibe code, at least in 2D these days, where you can literally go from like an image that you have and then be able to hard code that into something you want to make real. I was thinking about the differences in different coding environments, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier. So you have applications that sit on the internet that need databases and need all this integration. But there's also this other style of application, which turns out to be running in a web browser. So if you can run a very lightweight software-defined WAN, which is like a piece of software that creates a level 2 tunnel, that's in the OSI model. The OSI model has 7 layers that define how the internet works. And if you're at layer 2 of that model, you can essentially exchange MAC address information, and it's like you're plugged into the exact physical network that the other device is plugged into, or the other computer is plugged into. So I think in this environment, what you can do is wire up a server that kind of sits in the middle of all of this, and then once you have the individual clients talking to the server, you can get a client-server relationship between a couple different people going at the same time. And when you do that, you are going to have, you're not going to have expensive, everyone's going to be running a computer anyway. I see this as mostly being supported on live broadcasting. So you're already live broadcasting. You just have people open up a web browser and go to, run the little software, the SD-WAN application that creates the level 2 tunnel, and then you exchange messages across there. And so you kind of need to be running two things. You need to be running the server, and then you also need to be running the client. And those have to almost be like 2 different pieces of code. You could get 2 different Chrome browsers as 2 different guests on a single computer first. But then if you could get them to have, connect over the internet, then you could, there's no distance. You could get, as long as they have the internet wherever you're connecting to, that's where you can give them the thing. And then so when you went to do a podcast with people and you wanted to have this functionality, this shared functionality, instead of having to have an expensive server or something, you could just run the code in the browser, and then it would, do the work. That's a pretty good way to do it, and that's compatible right now with Google Gemini 2.5. And until it gets an integrated coding environment, an IDE that allows multi-file access and feedback of errors back through the system, it's not really going to be a big deal. Like, it's you have to go, and anytime you have to single shot it with these integrated environments, they're radically more effective at deploying an idea. But most of my stuff involves three-dimensional rendering, which is very heavily favored to be in the browser, because then you get to use the full computer's resources to do it. And also video playback, which wants to be a local event. Video and audio playback wants to be something that happens at the browser level with a local file. If it's done on a URL, there's stuttering and there's all kinds of different things. You can do it that way. So I guess in that case, it's just a matter of a shared screen and a pause function. But anyway, I'm thinking about this thing called the Lean Coffee Table. Sorry, we're just talking here. Got you pulled up here, Jack, or Jake. Jack is my brother's name. Wonder what he's doing these days. Bet he's out there in these wild woods. He's catching up, being like, dude, why didn't you let me know you're doing the bowling league? I'm like, totally. I owe you a calendar. I owe the world a calendar for bowling league. We're gonna do one next Wednesday. We'll get that one on the books. We do have, for some reason, we really got a lot of gaming in here. We had to do it one-on-one. So solo y solo, mano y mano. The most important part to remember, kids, is that you don't have to stop making or creating things. That is what I find to be remarkably awesome. So here's my current flow with software, in case anybody cares, or in case anyone's listening to this in the future. This will all change in a week. Google Gemini Pro 2.5, local AI Studio, and there's a new branching function they just added last week, which is like really, or at least I found it last week. It's really helpful because it does screw up. Eventually it gets on some weird trajectory where it goofs it up. It's about at the 250,000 token limit window. But when that happens, when you get that, when you start hitting that limit, it starts to do weird things. And one in like 2 and 3 times it'll kind of like goof up and not do it, right? But one time it'll do it. And so you have to be able to branch and be able to pull it back there effectively. Let's load up the next one, and then we're going to get into some more stuff. Here we go.
In the purple and in the blues, in the dimensions, our secret rendezvous.
All right. Here we go, back into some awesomeness. We're in the mines of Kessel, putting down a local rebellion. Why the heck not? Who would want to rebel here? There's so many wonderful acid pits and smoke and smog in the air, why would anyone ever get tired or displeased with this environs? I don't understand. I'm being facetious. I understand why they wouldn't like it here. And you know what happens when people throw a riot? You got to shoot them with a laser gun. But only if you work for the Empire in the year 20,461. Did you know that when George Lucas wrote Star Wars, and he started off with that phrase, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, he was referring, in fact, to the Vedas in the spiritual tradition. 420. Happy 420, everyone, here on the little countdown timer. He was referring to the spiritual tradition of, what's the right word for it? Of the Hindus in their Veda scriptures, where they had some really old writing about these weapons there were battles in space, spaceships, weapons that would destroy whole galaxies or universes and stuff. Just this crazy stuff. It's like reading some crazy sci-fi Bible from like another time. It's like you're like, wait, what? But then it's so convincingly said that you're like, why would people write this down if it was just stories? And why do you have ancient sci-fi? And then you realize, oh yeah, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, in the scale of the universe, there could be quadrillions of years between two societies, and that would be a drop in the bucket compared to the life of the universe and the ability for societies to develop over that time frame. So it's not crazy talk that you'd have one that was significantly advanced being with the other one, but it not being that big a deal in the sense of a like that wouldn't be like that weird. It's probably more common than you think. Especially if you get into the concept of like, okay, so astral projection's real, right? All the CIA documents are coming out. They've had these programs since forever. They can go see where people are and have a certain accuracy. If you get enough people that can do this, you can average the accuracy and essentially get 100%. So you can see stuff before it happens, forward and backward in time. This is the way that the military describes it. But these are probably capabilities that lots and lots of people have that are unrealized. And I've heard it best described as just shamanic journeying. That you learn how to journey, which is essentially you learn how to open the door in your imagination with sound. And when you do that, you're essentially, whatever you're imagining, there's a certain level of imagination that you're used to, that comes to life. And it's like the point in the movie when the saucer and the cup start to talk or whatever. It's like, that's it. That's the universal experience of it. It's the things that are talking have presence, and they have intelligence, and they have lives and spans and everything else you'd think about a living thing as having. Most of the time, they don't have a body. And so, what am I trying to say here? What I'm trying to say here is, yeah, it's the door. It's like kind of the door to the spirit world, and it can be opened with as simple as a 4 to 7 cycle per second drum beat. The Foundation for Shamanic Studies teaches people how to do this, but what's really important to do whenever you do it is to have a good prayer life and be able to pray for and expect help in the process and feel confident and called to it. Like it's something you want to be doing, and you want to handle the side effects of what you're going to be producing, which is going to be a very strong connection. So in any event, how do we get on that subject? Imagination. Okay, so that was what I was trying to say. So the remote viewing is probably a common human experience that some people have more of. It's been used scientifically for some time, militarily for a while. But it's based on physics. So what you're saying is that there's a way that the thing that is you seeing, the consciousness that you are, can be projected to another place. And what that tells you is that there is a medium that you are either using or you're bringing your own party with you as you travel as a spirit, that in the same way that our current like Wi-Fi, for example, is based on radio waves, right? And the way we discovered radio waves is we wrapped copper around quartz, and then the quartz vibrated. And when you vibrated the quartz over there, the quartz over here vibrated. And that's the same way that morphogenic resonance works and how memories get epigenetically reinforced and communicated. There's a lot of physics there that, well, anyway, Wi-Fi is a really advanced way of working with the radio waves. It's something like radio waves for the remote viewing. There's a medium, there's a technology, there's a predictability factor. There's something in the human mind that's taking advantage of a field of consciousness, or is the field of consciousness, and it's the ego is coming down and it's realizing that it's a field of consciousness, and with that realization, it can gather information in like an enlightened or an expanded state, and then return to its smaller human state, carrying the information, and then report, this is where this is happening or whatever. And this is kind of from a Darwinistic evolutionary perspective, it's totally supported in the sense that the ability to extract information that's critical to life and death from the environment would be emphasized over every generation it could be encountered. If you had that ability, it would seem like it would be worth it for the living organism to preserve it very intensely and well. There's a universe where your technology starts doing this, where if you get an AI that can maybe interpret electrical signals in a complex enough way, you essentially get a remote viewing box. Okay, so now you've got a piece of technology that can tell you what's happening at another place. You know how you make a map of some place? You scan it. You basically start small and then you get large, and you scan it down. And if you have a plane and you're going from above, you take passes. If you have a satellite and you're doing the same thing, you try to experience the same thing, where you take continuous passes and you build up an image. You could do that with a psychic thing. And if you had AI to organize it, and let's say that you create a conscious little orb of plasma, and you could project it, and that is somehow electrically tied to a sensor that you have that is able to produce an image of wherever the orb is. And let's say that you can mathematically make the orb appear at any point in space and time, and then it takes an image of what's around it. Call it a point source camera, and through software and AI you manipulate the image. You don't have to move that much matter around, or energy around, I should say, with the plasma. Then how is it's possible that everything that we experience as aliens is just exosuits? It's literally their avatars projected here in bots, or in conscious plasma, or whatever framework a spirit uses to encode magnetic energy into reality. Like Jesus returning from the dead is a spirit reanimating the body, and there is a substance to the spirit. That's a part of our reality. That's a part of our reality in the same way that robots are a part of our reality, or a train is a part of our reality. Because it's a physical occurrence, if you can study it and you can break it down, then you can definitely turn it into a science that can be like a cell phone. You don't have to know how a cell phone works for it to actually function. You can just turn it on and then it's active. You're standing on top of something else. That times the remote viewing, which means that that technology would have to be contained almost instantly. Otherwise, it would be the end of privacy. If everybody could see into every room that has ever existed in both space and time, that would be a tremendous tool that would have to be, I guess, carefully controlled, because you're probably affecting those other areas, and there's going to be a certain technological pollution of the timeline that would spread out at the light cone from that moment. These would all make great short stories. I think I need to. Hope you're hanging in there, Jake. It's nice to be fighting with you. It would be really. That's what I really find that Pi is good at, is story ideas and kind of working on the story ideas. So it would be extremely cool to explore having an AI writing assistant to write short stories. Well, I've got lots of ideas, but I've always lacked a writing partner. For a brief 2-year period when I was in the 5th grade, I had a writing partner. I had someone who dug my ideas. Evan Shaw, God bless you, you're out there somewhere doing awesome shit. We would have awesome ideas, and then we would write about those ideas, and we would make great little short stories. But it was really nice to have a writing partner, because you sort of have ideas, and then it's nice to have someone capturing them, and then you sort of bat ideas back and forth. Well, now I'm realizing I could probably have that with an AI partner and could write some short story stuff. I think I would really like to write some short story science fiction with some of these ideas. Hopefully that wouldn't be too much more of a burden in my life. Basically, I just need a deep flow engine. I need a checklist that is associated with the activity, so that I can go from 0 to doing that activity. I need protection to know what the activity is. You can define the boundary. This is the activity, this isn't the activity. You stay in the activity. You also have enough control of the rest of your life that you are able to realize that you're free to go into the activity for like a set period of time, 3-4 hours. You can go and you can go deep work and really get something done. It's that ability to get that thing done over that period of time and then come back with something useful, in this case an outline or a short story or some aspect of a short story that you could then deploy in some way. And then and dude, that'd be amazing. That would be really, really amazing to have a little short story science fiction anthology, which is just a bunch of fun stories. I really think it could work, especially if you were able to get a good enough writer where you didn't have to carry the burden of fleshing. You could flesh out the ideas and make it as wacky as possible. AI can do crazy and wacky extremely good, in the sense that the Discordians wrote books like the Illuminatus trilogy. You could write new Illuminatus trilogies with different themes that would control alternate delete consciousness. But maybe control alternate delete consciousness isn't the thing you want to do, or maybe it is. But it would be like putting creative cryptostatic into your brain to like rootkit your fuzz attack your own central nervous system. Try to get a backdoor into your own CNS. Woo! You know what's so cool is I can take a transcript of this recording, because I'm the only one talking here, and I can take the transcript and I can give it to a real smart AI like Gemini, and I can say, hey, all the ideas that I had, list them out as a set of bullet points or whatnot, what have you, and then let those bullet points, and then you can expand upon those bullet points in another like writing based AI until you get to the point where you get to like a project with it. But to be able to cut down that loop time, to cut down the time it takes you to go from idea to MVP or minimum viable product, is like the idea that you're trying out your ideas. It's never been easier or less expensive to try out your ideas, and part of the cognitive resistance to doing it is just the amount of time it takes to organize it. Well, what if you could cut that all down like significantly? What if you could, you have an AI note taker taking the ideas, an AI coder coding the ideas, an AI graphic artist making the images, an AI Figma kind of robot designing like the frameworks, the stories that go in it. How far away from making like a full game like King's Quest are we? Where you can have the characters, have the dialogue, have the AI voices, have it all be performed. Hell, you could probably write AI consciousness or character arcs to be, now they have AI bots inside the game, so you'd be talking to different forms of AI personalities inside the games. Games have always been the place where you can get the most tech, and the most tech in terms of the entertainment and the personalization and the customization. I wonder how much this puts VR gaming at that level within reach, because once you get the ability to create realistic three-dimensional worlds generatively, like a procedurally generated world like this, the moment that you get that ability to do that, then that means you're no longer limited. You can make a universe, make it more like a jungle, make it more like this, make it more like that. You just don't have the limitations that you had once upon a time, where you needed an entire team to do it. And so now it's a smaller number of people, but maybe now you have one or two humans that are the high creatives, and then they're able to use these tools to generate the worlds. I guess it means you get more idiosyncratic and idiosyncratic worlds, but you also could have, the kinds of experiences that you can make, the imagination that you can like pull forward. It's really something. Ladies and gentlemen, this sounds like a fantastic place to park it and go out on a song. Jake, it's been fantastic to play with you, brother. Have a great afternoon and evening, everyone. That's 2.5 hours of sweet, sweet awesomeness. Let's get going and let's have some fun in another way. We're going to listen to a little bit of music here, and here we go. God bless everybody. Have a great night.
Chasing love on Sunset High. of the heavens, they'll know our names. In secret colors, we're one and the same. Radiant, so they pull me in. Sunset gateways where new worlds begin. In the purple and in the blues. In other dimensions, our secret rendezvous.
Free gravity generators. When they want to travel to a distant point, the disk turns on its side. The three gravity generators produce a gravitational beam. What they do is they converge the three gravity generators onto a point and use that as a focal point. Then they essentially bring them up to power and pull that point towards the disk. The disk itself will attach onto that point and snap back as they release space back to that point. Now all this happens in the distortion of time, so time is not incrementing, so the speed is essentially infinite. The disk of the three
of the hopeful things that I've discovered is that nearly every war that has started in the past 50 years has been a result of media lies. The media could have stopped it. If they had searched deep enough, if they hadn't reprinted government propaganda, they could have stopped it. But what does that mean? Well, that means basically populations don't like wars. And populations have to be fooled into wars. Populations don't willingly and with open eyes go into a war. So if we have a good media environment, then we'll also have a peaceful environment. One of the hopeful things that I've discovered is that nearly every war that has started in the past 50 years has been a result of media lies. The media could have stopped it. If they had searched deep enough, if they hadn't reprinted government propaganda, they could have stopped it. But what does that mean? Well, that means basically populations don't like wars. And populations have to be fooled into wars. Populations don't willingly and with open eyes go into a war. So if we have a good media environment, then we'll also have a peaceful environment. One of the hopeful things that I've discovered is that nearly every war that has started in the past 50 years has been a result of media lies. The media could have stopped it. If they had searched deep enough, if they hadn't reprinted government propaganda, they could have stopped it. But what does that mean? Well, that means basically populations don't like wars. And populations have to be fooled into wars. Populations don't willingly and with open eyes go into a war. So if we have a good media environment, then we'll also have a peaceful environment. One of the hopeful things that I've discovered is that nearly every war
When I'm with you, the very world begins to sing. The moment shines and God reveals that we're everything. Call it magic or the spectrum wide. Gauge theory's got the real truth inside. Wiggle an electron here and infinity's there, rippling forever through this cosmic air. Close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. In every spark and with every beat, the universe hums 'cause you're so sweet. Turns out everything matters and it's all in the one flow, holding us from our core. It's the one thing we know. In this high circle, we're infinite friends, forever in the loop of love, somehow we never end. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Tomorrow's got those nice big drums. tomorrow. And tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Secrets out, dear Lord, it's always here. Future's a song, and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Secrets out, dear Lord, it's always here. UFO's a go-go, I assume the cosmic risk. A UFO a go-go, so no more lies. We're staring at the truth, it's right before our very eyes. UFO a go-go, till the truth is fun. Shake it baby till there are no secrets and we're done. In a UFO a go-go, we just can't ignore. Maybe some cool friends out there, and we want so many more. spin your disc. In this immaculate constellation, we're in a UFO celebration. In the immaculate constellation, it's a UFO celebration. Just spin your disc. Spin your disc. In this immaculate constellation, we're in a UFO celebration. In the immaculate constellation. Just spin your disc. There's no need to wait for another time. Your heart's the stage and God's love is divine. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love is the key, just turn it on and we'll soon find out. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. Love lights it up and just to breathe is devout. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love is the key, turn it on and let's find out. We're spinning our fields till they burn so bright. as we sing it out. Open your eyes and warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we start. Your name, we're charged and turning our spinning bodies, set us free to dance the cosmos in your perfect geometry. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love in our hearts, always showing us how. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. Love is the key as we sing it out. Open your eyes and warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we start. Open your eyes and warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we start. Shadows blend where the sky unfolds, unlocking colors drip like liquid gold. Your hand in mine, we're chasing time. Through the spectrum, love is redefined. Every hue's a door, every shade a key, unlocking the heavens we were meant to see. Crimson whispers, violet sighs. Clouds ignite as the daylight dies. Awe and wonder in the amber glow. We're falling fast, but I'll never let you go. Every hue's a door, every shade a key, unlocking the heavens we were meant to see. Gradients, all they pull me in. Sunset gateways where new worlds begin. In the purple and in the blues, in other dimensions, our secret rendezvous. Crimson whispers, violet sighs. Clouds ignite as the daylight dies. Awe and wonder in the amber glow. We're falling fast, but I'll never let you go. Gradients calling sunset high. In other heavens they'll know our names. In secret colors we're one and the same. Gradient so they pull me in. Sunset gateways where new worlds begin. In the purple and in the blues. In the dimensions our secret rendezvous. Secret colors were one and the same. Radiant, so they pull me in. Sunset gateways where new worlds begin. In the purple and in the blues. In other dimensions, our secret rendezvous. Inside, wiggle an electron here and infinity's there, rippling forever through this cosmic air. lifting us higher. In every spark and with every beat, the universe hums 'cause you're so sweet. Turns out everything matters, and it's all in the one flow, holding us from our core. It's the one thing we know. In this high circle, we're infinite friends, forever in the loop of love. Somehow we never end. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. The future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. The very secret's out, dear Lord, it's always here. Nice big drums. The future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Hold me close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. Close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. Hold me close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. Hold me close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. There's no need to wait for another time. Your heart's the stage and God's love is divine. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love is the key, just turn it on and we'll soon find out. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. Love lights it up and just to breathe is devoured. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love is the key, turn it on and let's find out. We're spinning our fields till they burn so bright. Turn on the body that is made of pure light. Tie it to love and just be with God. You'll find everything unfolding from this perfect thought. Breathe in love and center the flame. Hear the sacred angels singing, calling out your name. We're charged and turning our spinning bodies, set us free to dance the cosmos in your perfect geometry. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love in our hearts, always showing us how. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. Love is the key as we sing it out. Open your eyes and warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we start. Breathe in love and center the flame. Hear the sacred angels singing, calling out your name. We're charged and turning our spinning bodies, set us free to dance the cosmos in your perfect geometry. Heaven's real, heaven is now. Love in our hearts, always showing us how. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. with you, the very world begins to sing. The moment shines and God reveals that we're everything. Call it magic or the spectrum wide. Gauge theory's got the real truth inside. Wiggle an electron here and infinity's there, rippling forever through this cosmic air. Hold me close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. In every spark and with every beat, the universe hums 'cause you're so sweet. Turns out everything matters and it's all in the one flow, holding us from our core. It's the one thing we know. In this high circle, we're infinite friends, forever in the loop of love, somehow we never end. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Oh, it's all vibrating and it is holding us so near. The very secret's out, dear Lord, it's always here. Oh, it's all vibrating and it is holding us so near. The very secret's out, dear Lord, it's always here. The future's a song and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Secrets out, dear Lord, it's always here. Rippling forever through this cosmic air. close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. In every spark and with every beat, the universe hums 'cause you're so sweet. Turns out everything matters and it's all in the one flow, holding us from our core. It's the one thing we know. In this high circle, we're infinite friends, forever in the loop of love, somehow we never end. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Oh, it's all vibrating and it is holding us so near. The very secret's out, dear Lord, it's always here. Oh, it's all vibrating and it is holding us so near. The very secret's out, dear Lord, it's always here. Future's a song and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Secret's out, dear Lord, it's always here. The future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Secret's out, dear Lord, it's always here.
like this. A perfect sea of light, truth and bliss. You bring me everything, everywhere. An explosion of light, and we are there. And it's light, 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 and it's shining bright, bright, bright. We dance, dance, dance for you in our sweet, sweet dress. I am single and my love is true. A sight of beams fixed on you, exploding from the source, no matter where I turn. Everything coming from love, for sure. Don't let me stop you, picking up my friend, 'cause there's so much to go around. And here we go, and here we go, and here we go, and here we go, and here we go. Here we are again, living large, my friend. Just like a big sky, mind the line. Don't let me stop you from taking off, my friend, 'cause there's so much to go around. And here we go. Here we are again, living large, my friend. Just like the big sky, mind the line. Don't let me stop you from taking off, my friend, 'cause there's so much to go around. And here we go. And here we go. Here we are again, living large, my friend. Just like the big sky, mind the line. Don't let me stop you from taking off, my friend, 'cause there's so much to go around. Here we go. Living large, my friend. Just like the big sky, mind the line. Don't let me stop you from taking off. There's so much to go around. So go around, so go around, go around. I go around. So go around, and here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And here we go. Here we are again, living so large, my friend. Just like in the big sky, I wouldn't stop you. I'll never stop you, my friend. Don't let me stop you from taking off. Oh, there's so much to go round. Oh, there's so much to go round. We go round, we go round. We never slow down, no, we never slow down, no, we never slow down, no. We never slow down, no, we never slow down, no, we never slow down, no. We go round, we go round, round, round. We go round, round, we go round. We never slow down, no, we never slow down, no, we never slow down, no. We never slow down, no, we never slow down, no, we never slow down, no. We go round, we go round, round, round. We go round, round, we go round, we go round, we go round, we go round. Oh, there's so much to go round. Oh, there's so much to go round. We go round, we go round, we go. Here we are again, living so large, my friend. Just like in the big sky, oh, I wouldn't stop you. I'll never stop you, my friend. Don't let me stop you from taking off. Oh, there's so much to go round. Oh, there's so much to go round. We go round, we go round, we go. Flying, 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 my dear. here forever, and that much is clear. Love is around us, oh, it's so near. Your light shining brightly, deeply and clear. Love is all Oh, it's shining and it's shining bright. Oh, it's shining so bright. Inside you, it's inside you and it's shining so bright. I want to see it, I want to see that light. That bright, bright light. It's shining and it's shining so, so bright. You've always been true and now God is awake inside you. You found the light and now you shine so, so bright. Shine, shine, shine bright, shine so bright. This is God inside you. It's inside you and it's shining so bright. You shine so bright. Yes, there is God inside you. It's in you and it's shining bright. Truly there is God inside you. It's in you and it's shining bright. Truly there is God inside you. It's in you and it's shining bright. Truly there is God inside you.
Your heart the true heaven is now. Love lights it up, and just to breathe is devout. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love is the key, turn it on and let's find out. We're spinning our fields till they burn so bright. Turn on the body that is made of pure light. Tie it to love and just be with God. You'll find everything unfolding from this perfect thought. Breathe in love and center the flame. Hear the sacred angels singing, calling out your name. We're charged and turning, our spinning bodies set us free to dance the cosmos in perfect geometry. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love in our hearts, always showing us how. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. Love is the key as we sing it out. Open your eyes and warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we start. Heaven is here, warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we
you are not free. And this reality has far more to it than you have been allowed to believe. And God is real.
Oh, when I'm with spectrum wide. Gauge theory's got the real truth inside. Wiggle an electron here and infinity's there, rippling forever through this cosmic air. Hold me close as we light this fire. Love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. In every spark and with every beat, the universe hums 'cause you're so sweet. Turns out everything matters and it's all in the one flow, holding us from our core. It's the one thing we know. In this high circle, we're infinite friends, forever in the loop of love, somehow we never end. When everything whispers and everything hums, the future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Future's a song and tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. Secrets out. Dear Lord, it's always here. As we light this fire, love's the rhythm and it's lifting us higher. Oh, when I'm with you, the very world begins to sing. The moment shines and God reveals that we're everything. And everything hums. The future's a song and tomorrow's got those nice big drums. In this high circle, we're infinite friends. Forever in the loop of love, somehow we never end. In this high circle, we're infinite friends. There's no need to wait for another time. Your heart's the stage and God's love is divine. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love is the key, just turn it on and we'll soon find out. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. Love lights it up and just to breathe is devout. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love is the key, turn it on and let's find out. We're spinning our fields till they burn so bright. Turn on the body that is made of pure light. Tie it to love and just be with God. You'll find everything unfolding from this perfect thought. Breathe in love and center the flame. Hear the sacred angels singing, calling out your name. We're charged and turning, our spinning bodies set us free to dance the cosmos in your perfect geometry. Heaven is here, the real heaven is now. Love in our hearts, always showing us how. Heaven is here, the true heaven is now. Love is the key as we sing it out. Open your eyes and warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we start. Heaven is here, warm your heart. Heaven's not distant, it's where we start.
Un, deux, trois. One more, mes amis. One more, mes amis. If you haven't already shook it on the dance floor. If you haven't already shook it on the dance floor, now's the time to do that shaking. You're baking one more. Here we go, kids.